hello everyone watching on the YouTube side of things, and hello everyone watching the VOD as well. I have a real treat for you all today. I am very excited for it, because today we are beginning a new playthrough, Road to Empress. If you have not heard about Road to Empress, it is a fully acted, interactive C-drama. What does that mean? It means that it's a video game, but instead of rendered models, it's just live action. It is live action video the entire time, and it is a interactive go die horribly in the Tang Dynasty court while you play as a young future Wu Zetian, the most famous empress of China. It's supposedly very funny, and you die a whole lot. People have been recommending it to me for a long, long time, and since the sequel just came out, I think it's time for us to hop in and do it. So, we're going to start off, as with every new thing, by talking about the setting of the game. And so we are talking about Tang Dynasty China and Wu Zetian specifically, because she is really quite a lot. So, the lowdown, the quick and dirty. Wu Zetian lives from 624 to 705, and over the span of her 81 years, she starts off at 15. She enters the royal court as a concubine to the Emperor Taizong. After he dies, she goes into exile for a little bit, comes back, marries Taizong's son, the current the Emperor Gaozong. Well, becomes the, I should say, marries, becomes the favored lead concubine, and then marries. And beginning around 660, is the de facto ruler of the Tang dynasty, of the Chinese Empire. That gets formalized in 690, and for 15 years, she is just the emperor. No ifs, ands, or buts, no serving as a regent for one of her sons, no puppeting things behind the scenes. She is simply the emperor. So, it's a whole lot. Under Wu Zetian's reign, the Tang Dynasty kind of hits its high point. And in fact, depending on who you talk to, the Gaozong, right, the Emperor Gaozong actually is the point at which the Tang Dynasty hits its peak and begins to decline. Now, the Tang Dynasty lasts until the 900s, or the early 900s, so it's not like she's a nail in the coffin by any means. But in her reign, we see the maximum extent of the Tang Dynasty's borders from Korea across to modern, Xinjiang? About there, right? Into the western part of modern China, down to the Tibetan border, and we then in the back half of reign we see the emergence of the Kingdom of Shilla. We see the Tibetan Empire. We see incursions from the northwest, and so we see territorial losses in the back half of her reign as well. She is deposed in a coup in 705, and the various sun puppets that she had established earlier on, they take turns actually trying to be an actual charge, before eventually the Emperor Xuanzong comes to power when he rules for 44 years. Yes. There is lots more to say about her. We will get there. But yes, it is probably worth talking a little bit more specifically about Tang China. So, when we look at it, right, this right here is the heartland of Tang power, with then territorial spheres of influence and short-lived excursions over here. So all of this area in 661, during Wu Zetian's lifetime and regency, is the Tang Empire. All of this is Tibet. And then there's various peoples up here. There is also, you can see out on this edge, the subjugation of Goguryeo in 661. By the 670s, Shilla has emerged and has taken control of most of that. So, it's a big deal. Really wanted that Persian border. Who doesn't want a Persian border? Let's be real. If you can have a Persian border, you get yourself a Persian border. Whose fault was that bench, dude? I'd argue it was the Romans' fault for being jerk faces about what they wanted to do with their Persian border. Exactly, AC. If they didn't want a Persian border, why did they go to Persia? And the answer is because they didn't want a Persian border, they just wanted Persia. And Persia said no thank you, and then they were real mad about it. And so that was entirely the Romans' fault. But get yourself a Persian border, you can get yourself all sorts of fun stuff like lapis lazuli. And ultramarine. And other things that are colored blue. It's important. So, this is genuinely one of the most successful early empires, or early dynasties in Chinese history, right? After the fall of the Han Dynasty, in the 200s AD, there is an awful lot, of almost 300 full years, of various smaller dynasties cropping up, controlling parts of this area, but also broadly having infighting, and there is no single polity that is administering all of this area. That changes in the 500s as the Sui dynasty kind of beats the previous Wei, and begins the process of re-establishing all of this. In the early 600s, after the Sui get overtaken in a coup, the Tang dynasty shows up. And so Wu Zetian is, well, figuring out which emperor she is in the order of the history is actually annoying. I'm gonna be real. It's actually a huge pain in the ass, because she keeps installing puppets and then deposing the puppets. But, the Emperor Taizong, who is the emperor that Wu Zetian is initially concubine to, is the third. Is the third Tang emperor, so we're still very early in the Tang's history. They will be have a succession crisis between 705 and 710. They will have another crisis in the 750s. They will have another crisis in 807, and they will have a just perpetual crisis from about 850 to 904. Okay, KJ, that's hilarious, though. KJ, here's the important question. Muppet movie Wu Zetian biopic. Is Option 1. Wu Zetian the only human actor, and if so, who plays her? Or 2, is she Miss Piggy? Yeah, but we need to decide. Hang on, no, we're doing this properly. Hang on, chat. We're doing this properly. Uh, we are doing a poll. Miss Piggy is an initially all human cast, and she keeps killing people and replacing them with Muppets? I like the cut of your jib. I like the cut of your jib. There's a vibe here. She keeps feeding people soup that turns you into a Muppet. No, 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 no. Kermit is Emperor Gaozong. Absolutely. No, Leisure. 100% Leisure. When I say Leisure or Emperor Gaozong, that's the same person, by the way. We'll get to why that has to be the case. Give us this movie, Muppet Hollywood, you cowards! Right? This is a big deal. Oh, we are dead even. Oh gosh. Yo, we have to make a decision. We cannot 50-50 Muppet Wu Zetian. Make your cases. Fight amongst yourselves. Miss Piggy is doing schemes to keep the human actress remaining on camera, but the actress is just a better schemer. So, hear me out. Hear me out. I know she's not Chinese, but Michelle Yeoh, as whoever should be the one human actress, to be the lead rival, so that we can have Miss Piggy versus Michelle Yeoh martial arts fights. This is the way. I mean, Miss Piggy will win, but but the choreography will go crazy. You support this motion. We're real smart. We've got ideas here, chat. This is important. This is important history content. The most important history discourse you can think of is who is the most appropriate Muppet. Full on Wuxia slow motion flying Kritmer. Yes, this you see the vision. Because we're all huge nerds, space nerds, obviously. Also, though, making movies is hard. And this would not actually do well, but it would be really funny. we have all bits. We don't actually have to like storyboard something. We can just bits. We can just do bits constantly, right? The problem is Tritmer, they're both really good. Because right, if you had it at the end of Wu Zetian's life, you could have Emperor Wu Zetian, and you could have Empress Wei, who is the leader of the coup that overthrows Wu Zetian. Right? Or if it's earlier in her life, you could have it be Empress Wang, Emperor Gaozong's uh, first wife. But the human act, Miss Wu Zetian as the only human actor, did win the poll. Phenomenal. And her Modemos, thank you for continuing to give sub from into a tier 1. That's very, very kind of you. Anyway, let's get back to our real history content here and talk a little bit more about the context in which Wu Zetian would have lived. So, as we mentioned, at the age of 15, Wu Zetian became a concubine in the imperial court. She does not really get a choice in this matter. And in fact, her mother supposedly was very sad about this. Wu Zetian had ambitions even at the age of 15, and so later accounts of her life say, why would I be upset? Right? Could it not be to my fortune to get to go be in the court of heaven? Which is a hard way, easy way of saying, I intend to win this game, and I'm going to get a lot of power by doing this. But yeah, she does not get a choice of the matter, and being in the imperial concubinage system was difficult. One, we do need to remember she's 15. She is a child. While she is still a child, she is coerced into having sex with Emperor Taizong. But there's a little bit more to the story than that. So, I am not going to lay out all 9 ranks of Imperial concubinage. Not happening. No way. No how. It's frankly not all that important. What is important is that in this earliest stage of her life, Wu Zetian is in the 5th rank, or known as a Cai Ren. Right? If you are much below the 5th rank, you don't stand a damn chance. Right? The fifth rank, right, ranks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, are the only ones who even have a shot at getting authority, prestige, soft power. Below that, astronomically low odds, because you're basically domestic servants. So Siren is one of the lowest ranking leisure concubinages. Like all women in Tang China, the primary expectation is that you are either assisting rich or higher status women, so you're doing domestic servant labor, makeup, laundry, etc., to help the people who have more authority than you, or you are doing textile work. Overwhelmingly, the most important thing for, like, what is defined as women's labor in Tang China is food preparation and textile work. In weaving, embroidery, especially silk embroidery, was expected if you are a lady of any status. And skill at doing that is everything. Now, in turn, right, a siren or higher would also be expected to have other proficiencies. Poetry, though not too much poetry. Philosophy, but not too much philosophy. Right? You have to be stupider than all the stupid men around you. Right? The expectation is you do not embarrass men by knowing more than them. Uh, because, misogyny. Uh, but you had to know enough to have intelligent conversations. You had to know at least one instrument. You had to know poetry, or singing, and you had to be able to, do social etiquette. Exactly. If you're too literate, then you're acting like a scholar going for the merit exams, which means you're acting like a man, and we can't have that. I mean, where is that not the case throughout Eurasia? I mean, this dude, you're absolutely right. Strong China is not unique in this regard, but it is indicative of what sorts of things we should be expecting to see, right? Absolutely, the things we should be expecting to see is an awful lot of embroidery, a lot of time sitting in fairly poor lighting conditions, doing really tiny, finicky stitch work. It's no good. It's a bad time. Yes, thank you. It's a bad time. And so, Tang Dynasty texts actually very rarely discuss women, except in the stance of we don't have any right. They don't have any legal rights. Abuse, right? Physical and emotional abuse of wives by husbands, completely fine according to legal ideas. Uh, Medicine, they were literally right. They were seen as more human than children, but less human than men. And so, realistically, child rearing, especially rearing of sons, is pretty much the only way to ensure significant legal protection and stability for a woman in the period. It's not good. To quote at length from this article by Annika Peason, is right. Equality, or chi, does not speak of equality in the sense that women enjoys the same rights as a man. Rather, equality answers to the law of cosmic correlation, as in the oppositional pair of male and female, and thus denotes complementation if the pair functions well. Complementary relation is the case when the wife comes from an appropriate social rank and has neither been concubine nor slave before. It is further maintained when a wife adheres to her place in the household, namely, presiding over food, especially food laid out in family sacrifices. Equality thus bears the meaning of being an indispensable part in a pair, for the medieval Chinese idea of cosmic pairing means that one part was always superior to the other. In this case, right, it is literally the idea that disorder is against the will of the cosmos. And so, proper functioning of the Confucian patriarchal social hierarchy equals a harmonious universe, equals a harmonious country. And so, at all levels, right, know thy place and do not get uppity about it was the Confucian and Buddhist belief about what women were supposed to do, and doing something different meant threatening the social fabric of reality. That being said, Wu Zetian was not seen as illegitimate in her lifetime, or in Xuanzang's lifetime. It takes until like 200 years after she dies for there to be significant commentaries that describe Wu Zetian as malicious, murderous, conniving, and broadly speaking, illegitimate and unfit to rule. Golden Sun? No, Earthbound. Okay. Uh, sure, but like absence of inscription is weird, but it's not the same thing as what we see in the like 800s and 900s. What emperor isn't murderous and conniving? Emperors are the embodiment of heaven itself. How dare you assert that they're conniving? Ignore all the coups. Don't look at the coups. Don't look at the coups. I said don't look at the coups. I said don't! You stop conniving the moment you become emperor, and instead you get connived at. This is the way the universe works. I said don't do it! Come on, chat. I ask you to do one thing, and then you do the opposite. Let's see. Hang on. During Wu Zetian's reign. Yep. Then, was thrown under a coup, and, Li Xiang, Li Xiang, uh, becomes emperor, and then Li Dan, becomes emperor, and then they do another coup, and then he has to do a second and a half coup in order to actually become in charge, and then becomes emperor and the rules for here, and then retires and continues to connive. Exactly, Bench Dude, you understand perfectly. The Imperial claimants connive. Bad advisors connive. The Emperor is blameless in all things. Now, right, one of the big things that helps demonstrate why Wu Zetian is not seen as illegitimate during her reign is actually due to her support of Buddhism. So, right? So, her real beginning of influence as a Buddhist thought leader seems to begin right after the death of the Emperor Taizong, which, I don't have that one pulled up. Hold. Taizong. Just for dates. Dies in 649. So, Wu Zetian is, what, 25? When she is 25, the Emperor Taizong dies. And she gets sent out to a Buddhist temple to live as a nun, theoretically for the rest of her life. That lasts for 6 years before the Emperor Gaozong brings her back into the harem, this time as one of the the highest ranking of the second rank. So, like, the third most powerful concubine in the harem, and then she becomes the favorite. And when she's 32, she gets installed as Empress. As she gets more and more in administration, between 660 and 684, she ends up sponsoring a crap ton of Buddhist temples. An absolute crap ton of them all over the empire. In particular, right, she really likes the Buddha Maitreya, the benevolent Buddha, along with some material, right. Let me just read it at length. The announcement of her reincarnation was in part substantiated by the discovery of an eschatological text, the Da Yun Jing, which describes a female deity who, because of her devoted study of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, was born as a universal monarch. In another chapter, a woman is described who is ruler of the prosperous kingdom owing to her devotion to Buddhism. At first considered spurious, the sutra has been discovered in the northern Liang dynasty, so 5th century translation, and copies of it were found at the library cave in Dunhuang. So, There are some important sections that are added during Wu Zetian's claim to this, but core parts of this text actually do predate it, and she merely finds something convenient and then rolls with it. So her sponsorship, right, of Buddhist monasteries and commentary and translation material really helps give her the religious backing that is so important to establishing her authority as a secular ruler. And so she does a lot of sponsorship. She was a talented poet. She was a very prolific writer. Uh, She was broadly a very adept administrator, except when it came to the military matters, it seems. And so, yeah, does ends up doing quite a lot. There we go. Evidence of Wu Zetian's importance persists in the town of Guangyuan in northern Sichuan, where she is a local hero. Numerous caves hewn from the mountain bust attest to her patronage of Buddhism and to those who, under her influence, excavated caves there. A military, commercial, and communication center, Guangyuan was an important town during the Northern Wei, as prosperity grew during the Northern Zhou and culminated in the Tang. Additional travel routes from India through Yunnan to Sichuan brought Indian Buddhist art to the region, its influence readily apparent. In extraordinary fashion, in Guangyuan, Empress Wu was worshipped as a god. A stele discovered in 1954 giving the title of the Empress relates that she was a deity and blessed the locals in times of disaster. It also records that since the Tang Dynasty, the 23rd day of the first month was held in honor of her birthday, with dragon boat races on the river. One Guangyuan legend relates supernatural origins for the Heavenly Empress. It concerns Wu Shihua, a metropolitan supervisor of Lizhou, present-day Guangyuan. One day when Wu Shihuo's wife was fishing in the river, she met with a dragon, gave birth to a daughter Wu. When the latter sat on the throne, she ordered that the temple name be named Huangzi, and that image of her be housed there. According to the historical records, Wu Shihuo had been made Metropolitan Superintendent of Lizhou by Emperor Taizong, was Wu Zetian's father, and she was born in Lizhou. Called to court at age 14, she traveled with her parents to Chang'an to enter Taizong's harem. Life was smart. She used what she had to evaluate her statues to make her life comfortable. I mean, right? It is, in some way, I think, a matter of valid historical disagreement whether we say that, oh, yes, we remember her as someone who succeeded in spite of a world stacked against her, or as someone who was absolutely vicious in her ability to stack the deck against other people. What is quite clear is that she is very ambitious. What is clear is that she was very good at earning the trust of people in positions of authority. And what is clear is that she is completely willing to throw other people under the bus uh, in order to attain a point of higher affection and plays the hand really well. And past that, I think it's really hard to say what is she like as a personality, right? She's very good at what she's doing, and certainly, right, but, the deck is stacked fairly evenly against all women in the Imperial harem. Like, and most people did not manipulate their way into becoming emperor. Taking a break from Family Day to catch the stream? Aw. Hello and welcome. We are just wrapping up some history hour about the historical Wu Zetian and the circumstances in which she lived. And then we're gonna hop into the game. So yeah, things I certainly hope we see is, I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of silly court drama. Soup. There's going to be a lot of silly court drama. There's going to be a lot of ridiculousness. There is going, but I hope that we see a lot of Buddhist references already showing up in the very earliest parts of it. You should drink it. The way everyone's saying that makes me think I should definitely not drink it. I mean, I'll drink it for the bit, but the way everyone's saying this makes it very clear that I should probably not drink this soup if I want to survive this turn of events. Should totally drink the soup. Well, if you say so, I do love me a soup. Hail hydrate? I mean, it's not soup, it's smoothie. But it's also about to be empty. Until proven otherwise, I am assuming that there is deadly poison in the soup. Well, it seems to just be the space. Uh, so, yeah. Nah, I have no idea what you're talking about. What? The soup contains deliciousness. Right. So, yeah. Also, I should say, was the Tian's very good at navigating the bureaucracy of Tang China? Like, because there's a lot of bureaucracy. Good God, administering the empire was like infinity bureaucracy. So yeah, there's a lot of just really boring administrative stuff that needs to happen in order for her to be effective for 15 years as undisputed emperor, and 30 years before that as um, regent with de facto rule. Do you watch a lot of dramas? No, absolutely not. So yeah. The other thing I expect we're going to see is that everyone is anachronistically attractive, and uh everything's going to be incredibly overwrought, and a good amount of melodrama that verges on comedy. In other words, it's going to behave a lot like what I expect from late 20th century C dramas. Also present C dramas. But like, I mean, one of the ones that sticks in my head most heavily is Hero, which I watched in high school in my Chinese class. Uh, right, which is not really a C drama. It's got C drama stuff, but it's like it wants to be simultaneously C drama and wuxia film. And so they alternate between sitting and talking in really overwrought language, and doing cool sword fights. You know, very different vibe. Exactly. I know it's a very different vibe, but the focus on incredibly overwrought characters, ridiculously elaborate outfits, uh, and the I don't know. There's a particular vibe that Chinese historical films all have that I really can't put to words super well. But like, there is an aesthetic where you look at it, it's like, yep, that's a C drama, all right, and you just kind of know it when you see it. So we are going to have a very quick water and refill break, and then when we come back, we are going to delay no longer. We are going to boot up and hop into Road to Empress, and we'll talk about specific figures, if and as they come up. Soup break. I had curry for lunch, not soup. Come on, y'all. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Oh, I'll be fine. Gonna see Cider and Woo about the corruption thing? Left me with a hairpin sticking out of my neck? Yeah. Yeah. It's kinda how you just know a Bollywood movie when you see one. Exactly. There's a specific just sort of tone and vibe that exists, and it matters. Anyway, let's turn off the music on Twitch side. Let's get things booted up. Give me just a sec here. Do. All the captures I need. Alright, game audio captured right away. Love that. And phenomenal. I don't know. You have returned with chocolate milk. It is too hot for hot chocolate today. Yep, I'd say this is just listening to it. It's Chinese opera. I don't think this type of music exists in the 700s or 600s. This is very like 19th, 20th century Chinese opera. You have to head out for work? Enjoy the soup? Well, thank you. A little anachronism. I mean, let me be clear. It's anachronism for the setting of the game, but for the media genealogy that the game is part of, it is a direct descendant. Like, Chinese opera is the direct ancestor of C-dramas. And there's a lot of it, and it is very, very gorgeous, and I like it. The thing about the Confucius has hot takes about music, specifically how the music from a certain country is morally bad. Yes, quite. I'll admit I've not read analogs in many, many, many years, so I do not remember what country was the hot take. But the way you say it makes me think, Southeast Asia. The classic of music is lost. Oh, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Yay for lost works. So, welcome to Road to Empress. Cinematic interactive drama. Hello, watching from YouTube, but so glad you could catch this. Don't worry, we appreciate the everyone on YouTube side as well. I see all of you. I get to see all the things. So here's the ground rules before the playthrough. It is mostly watching a movie, and then sometimes we get to pick dialogue choices. I am not going to be trying to get all endings. I am not going to be trying to die hilariously, except for when it's related to soup. We are going to let things play out how they are going to play out. And we are going to let things play out how they are going to play out. Famous last words. I expect to die a lot anyway, Critmer. Don't get me wrong. I am not going to be trying to die, and I am not going to die. Are not the same sentence. I fully accept my fate of that I am not built for this. I am not built for the conniving and the shenanigans. I mean, good God. Hi. Wu Zhao, Wu Zetian, became Empress when she was 2 years older than I am now? just as a record for how, like, into this life you have to be, she's 32. Enter Palace. Well, that's an alarming thing. That's tough. And this inspired by Wizetian. I'm gonna say, saying China's one and only female empress is not. You have to do some wiggle rooms about that. You have to do a lot of wiggle room in order to make that sentence true. Female sovereign. Yeah, but you're saying that the Dowager Empress doesn't. You're doing some shenanigans in your definitions here to specifically exclude people who were functionally the ruler, but didn't have the title of Huangde. Different Hanzi? No. Gotcha. So yes, right, if you define it in such a way that she becomes the only one who achieves that, then yes, she's the only one who achieves that. Taiji Palace. Oh, hilarious. That Dodger got rolled by this? That's extremely funny.
你是刘希，希儿，姐姐还记得希儿，太好了！自父亲调离利州后，我们两家便再也没有见过了。没想到，在这儿能见到你。其实，希儿的父亲早就不在了，这里最亲近的只有姐姐了。啊，对了，这个是我入宫前娘亲给我的
Archived Gold Peony Hairpin.
赠予姐姐吧。入宫后，我们要互相照拂才是。我替姐姐戴上。不行不行，你娘亲送你的，我怎么能收呢？姐姐就收下吧。这太贵重了。没事的，姐姐。不行不行。
Step. Dao Du Ruo, Chamberlain of Consort of Princess. Xixin, Guard of Consort of Preciousness. Look at the doggo!
好美啊，难怪陛下宠她。若我是男子，我也喜爱这样千娇百媚的女子。
Gay. By the power of bisexuality, we can be okay. Exactly. Lesbian prides.
主子，这些就是今年选入宫的新人们。
It's Pride Month, I believe in us.
“这是哪位才人的？倒是别致，本宫很喜欢。”你起来说。
Claim is yours to win her favor. It fell from one of the sisters up ahead. It belongs to Liu Shi. I mean, that's correct. I don't think this actually wins her favor. Like, what universe does that actually win her favor?
回贵妃，这是刘熙，刘才人的。
哦，刘才人是哪位？起身让本宫瞧瞧。
武才人，你怎么到了贵妃面前就变了套说辞？这分明是你的东西。
你竟还有2副面孔，
请贵妃恕罪。武才人方才说，正是因为知道贵妃钟爱牡丹，才刻意将此物带进宫中。他还说，贵妃如今年老色衰，就是带再多的牡丹，也比不上年轻的新人了。
你在胡说八道些什么呀？贵妃明鉴，妾身从未这样说过。是刘才人说这个电话是他娘亲入宫前送给他的。是。
好了，吵得本宫头都要晕了。杜若，一并处置。
来人呐，将这2人拖下去。
Well, that didn't take long.
贵妃，我是被刘熙陷害的，
还不快带下去！
我没有说过这些话。贵妃，请冤枉啊！贵妃，请冤枉啊
Drama. Heck. Yep. Hee. So welcome to the game. Someone must be sacrificed, and she cares little for the truth. So welcome to the game. That's leading a lot to a burn. Yeah, there's a little bit of dramatization in there. But, guess what? That part's actually completely, might need a death counter. It's not a bad idea. Souped counter. Is that the quickest bad ending of the channel so far? Pretty darn close. Nope, you're right, Blake Manor was faster. Just by virtue of we had to watch 2 minutes of cutscene in order to die. Well, Blake Manor we could just beeline straight into death. So, welcome to punishment in Tang China, which is that there is no such thing as moderation or reasonable punishment. At best, you might get forced into exile, in which case you're stripped of all social titles, familial support, or administrative benefit. If you're really, really lucky, you'll be forced into a monastery instead of forced into just outlawry. But more often, in palace intrigue, if you've been set up for something, and are right, if whoever is making the decisions believes that you did a treason or did something else, you will likely be forced to kill yourself. And that's just how that works. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We can easily see how well this is going to go poorly.
回贵妃，这是妾的。
这宫外的样式很是别致，可否赠予本宫？
能得贵妃喜欢，是妾的福分。别说是一个小小的电话，就算是
你的性命，也在所不惜吗？
贵妃。
本宫不过是开了一个小玩笑，瞧瞧你，怎么脸都吓白了？这牡丹最是衬美人，若是额前以牡丹为画，才可称为绝代佳人。杜若，
Ha! That didn't take long.
来人呐，带下去。
That did not take long.
我到底做错了什么？
贵妃最爱的便是牡丹，这后宫之中也绝无第二人敢戴。你倒好，不过小小的才人竟敢以下犯上，还不快拖下去！
我冤枉啊！我不知，贵妃饶命
！Yay! Petting my dog. Look, going for all the murders. I am not built for town court life. Was the other girl trying to set us up? Yes. Correct. Interesting. So that got us through a stage. Of material. It just gets us killed. So, we can either backtrack all the way or we can backtrack a little bit of the way. If you listen, you can get the insight to the character's reaction to our death. Oh. Well, that's okay. We are a bit late.
回贵妃，这似乎是走在前面的姐姐们掉落的。
哦，这个小玩意儿是谁的？本宫着实喜欢。若是愿意相赠，自然重重有赏。
贵妃，这牡丹电花是妾的。
Oops.
当真是你的？
是。
Oops.
妾身的。
Siren Jiang, unlucky. Daughter of Jiang Min, Vice Chancellor of the Secretariat. Well. R.I.P.
果然是个美人胚子。
R.I.P.
谢贵妃夸奖。
Oh yeah, not giving to her is an option.
若是额前以牡丹为画，才可称为绝代佳人。杜若。
Let me be clear.
来人呐，带下去。
Let me be quite clear. Not giving to her gets you killed.
这后宫之中也绝无第二人敢戴。你倒好，不过小小的才人竟敢以下犯上。
好了，玉兔也玩累
了，
回吧。
是。
Consort lays dog and your only true companion in the palace. Aw, look at the doggo. Look at the Pomeranian. That dog did nothing wrong. That dog did nothing wrong.
哦，这么快就有行动了，他还真是心机呀。
无论今日是否有新人犯错，贵妃都会选出一人来严惩。此举是为了在新人面前
Implied Buddhism, absolutely.
既然他想立威，本宫就帮他一把。
Absolutely implied Buddhism.
跟我来看看你们以后住的寝房。
刚才真是吓死人了！嘘，还敢多嘴。
今后你们就住在此处。
这马房式的破地方怎么住啊？我表姐可是贤妃。
Okay.
你们就如此敷衍我的吗？
Siren,
此处是贵妃的意思。
your cousin being higher ranking than you does not help you.
不要入宫了，放开，放开我！我要回家。不要入宫了，我要回家。我要回。
Again, these keep
这里怕是没法留他。
they keep bleeding an awful lot.
带下去。你们也都看到了，希望你们大家牢记一点：宫里不比别处。若是行差踏错，招来恶
当时
命，
收下了那枚电
我是救
话，
不了你。
如今的江才人。
好了，这夜庭
Yes, yes, you would have been.
你们自行安排。
You noticed correctly.
那我先选吧，我才不要这件，
True.
我要这件。
你想选哪件啊？我觉得那个同学
吴姐姐，我们一起住吧。这个就作为见面礼赠予姐姐吧，我替姐姐戴上。姐姐
Updated. So as a reminder, you cherish friendship, though the innocence of your bond has become more complex over time.
你在想什么？
我在想，江才人，他并未做错什么。
谁不知道贵妃喜欢牡丹，不过是她咎由自取，自寻死路罢了。
你知道贵妃喜欢牡丹？
如今大家不是都知道了吗？
我问的是你是否早已知晓。
吴姐姐，你这话是什么意思？这是希儿对你的一番心意。怎会是刻意害你呢？
Yeah. Look at all of that.
我有说过你是刻意害我吗？刘希，我们自幼相识，你绝非冷血之人。可方才江才人被扔在我们面前，你神色如常，仿佛早就料到会发生这一切。刘希，
You saw the actors who play Siren and Liu in another drama?
吴姐姐
Amazing.
亏希儿还一直记挂着你这个好姐妹，信不信由你，清者自清。
他随便几句话就让江才人遭了殃，我们还是小心点吧。
喂，哭什么哭？为那种人哭不值得。我选了一个宽敞的房间。
Look at that crocodile tears. Look at that, like, solid 7 out of 10 performance.
不好意思，我这里有人了，我可不想当第二个江才。别看了，这里没位置，把刘才人都欺负哭了，谁敢跟他住？
你们看那间房。
Solid 7 out of 10. Believable as long as you don't look too closely. I don't know. Chat, do you want to get got by a ghost? Chat, what do you think the odds are that we'll get got by a ghost if we do this? You don't trust people. Yeah, but you don't get by without allies. Maybe the ghost wants to be friend. We do need allies here. Not in the rear palace.
可以和你一起住吗？
我胆子小，你还是不要住这儿了，不好意思啊。先是江才人，又是刘才人，还是离他远点好。
这位妹妹，我们住一套吧。不过我选到的那套有些小，他们都不愿与我同住。你为何？我看得出你是个率直真实的姑娘。
Shu Hui is the daughter of Shu Xiaode, the military governor of the Northwest. When Liu Shi turned others against you, Shu Hui was the only friend among the newcomers. Her honesty and gentleness make her a rare and trustworthy ally in the scheming world of the Rear Palace. Well, Chat, don't answer this, but I'm worried that the item descriptions are just lying to us.
为何不愿与你同住？
I'm worried that they're just...
明晚就是花朝夜宴，陛下和众妃都会在场。这是你们第一次面圣，能否崭露头角，就看你们自己了。
走吧。今日发生的一切让我骇然，希儿究竟为何会变成如今这样？或许一母杨淑妃会是我在这宫里唯一的一个。
Yuan Zhao's POV, so oh, yeah, no, she's just dumb. 我知道。 Ooh. Congratulations, you completed the tutorial! Sister Wu, did you know I entered the palace because of you? She's had some good luck. Too bad she didn't get the peony flower. Ha, and Shang Gong is, Working on it. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll disappoint. Would you like a hot spring bath? I mean, not taking a bath sounds like a bad... You didn't get a roommate, you mean you have been killed by her? I mean the mysterious knife ghost? Of course, of course, of course. I mean, I'm worried that this gets stabbed in the bath. Or drowned. But not doing that seems like a huge mistake. You know? This isn't Rome, though? Right? Ah, yes, let's go unwashed, unperfumed, to the banquet, where the Emperor is. Sounds like a terrible idea. Like, come on. On the other hand, what a great chance to get stabbed. Or, drowned. I'm done. Don't get greedy. An important detail. Well, those are both incredibly lavish. Those are both incredibly lavish. Who knows anything about color symbolism, right? That's the difficulty. By the power of, I don't mind spoiling myself, you can model them and change your mind. Well, okay, but like, first up, red, blue, yellow, black, and white. So the green is actually not technically present in here. Da 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 da. 3 color ceramics and 5 color silks. 3 color ceramics on Sai. Thank you, thank you. Peace was sent to the Empress, whereas friend Songor must be made with the palace. Uh-huh. That's just describing that there's a lot of fancy textiles. This is just telling us how we do it. This just tells us how we're doing it, not why we're doing it. Okay, that's just saying how, not why. That feels more attention-grabbing in a way that could be an insult. I agree. This is definitely the fancier of the two. But... that's... Hang on. That's a water lily, not a peony, right? It is very pretty. But hang on, we need to make sure the flower is not a problem. Yeah. Okay, this one's too much. This one's great, but this one's too much. I'm not seeing any peonies, I'm seeing a lot of, like, lilies and other material. A frightful banquet.
主子，新人们已在殿外等候。
Also, you know,
是
wearing the same colors as the consort of preciousness sounds like a bad idea.
宫中规矩果然森严，不知姨母何时才能回宫。
On the red one?
参见太子殿下。
Yeah. Li Chengtian, Empress. Li Shimin's eldest son, the crown prince. He carries the heavy burdens of great expectations, but his true passion is not ruling. He loves music and the beauty of nature. Taizong is the second emperor. What's gonna happen to him? Let's see. Nothing good. Yeah, Gaozu. Da. Li Chengtian. Sadly, navigating things is annoying. The eldest son dies in is gonna die in under house arrest for the crimes of shenanigans and conniving. Magistrate, so that's the point. Yes, I am aware. The point is we're going to use the power of having read the script in order to not get killed some number of times. But it's not going to happen for a while. So, because this is in what, 6? It said it was what, 6:30 something? So, it's not going to be for like almost 10 years that he's gonna get got.
起身候着吧。
谢太子殿下。都起来吧。
Respond before the incense burns out. Quick time events!
见过魏王殿下。
见过魏王殿下，
见过魏王殿下。
Li Tai, the fourth prince, Prince of Wei. Gameplay, hit that button.
分明是有人推我。吴姐姐为何这样看着希儿？
是你推的吧？
吴姐姐有杨淑妃照拂，可就算如此，
Li Tai.
诬陷我。
她姨母是杨淑妃，我姐姐那还是阴险妇。
Okay, thank you.
快别说了，你忘了今日她只是跟贵妃说了2句，便害得江才人落得那般下场。
Thank you. So, Li Tai is also going to die under house arrest in exile.
毁誉只在一时，日久方见人心。
晋王到！
见过晋王殿下。
让他们进去吧。
Li Zhi, the future emperor Gaozong. What is this pandemic that makes princes die in house arrest? It's called having so many kids.
陛下到！
恭迎陛下。
Like, good God. Yeah, look, I need you to understand. Emperor Taizong has Li Chengtian, Li Tai, a bunch of daughters. Li Zhi, another daughter. So, look, but with the Empress Wende, his eldest son, his 4th son, his 9th son, and his 5th, 16th, 19th, and 21st daughter. With Consort Wei, had his 10th daughter, his 10th son, with Consort Yang, had his 13th son. Li Ke and Li Yin are both his 3rd and 6th sons. Li Yu, the Prince of Qi, is his 5th son. From the virtuous consort Yan, he has 2 more sons. Are you noticing the problem here? When you have 30 kids, a lot of them are just going to rebel to become emperor, and lots more are going to die under house arrest. Exactly. And, right, the trick is, the ones who actually can get into succession are these 3, right? Li Chengtian, Li Tai, and Li Zhi. The trick is, he does some shenanigans, gets himself thrown in house arrest. The emperor, right, Taizong, thinks that that was actually, in some way encouraged or set up by Li Tai to try and depose his older brother to become crown prince, and so puts him in exile and appoints Li Zhi to be the emperor. So yes, he schemed, he got blamed for the scheming, and so he became emperor. Well, Li Ke made it to almost 40. That's adulthood. Had at least 1 son, so... Looks like some who did not make it, but... Lots of them did. Lots of them did. Also because women get gifted concubines for political reasons, which is exactly what happened to Zetian. Right? Her father was an administrator in Lizhou. We're about to see the Emperor. How do you feel? Nervous. Nervous seems like a very reasonable way of... Li Sherman. 2nd Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, became famous for his bravery in the wars that founded the empire. However, his rise to power was stained by the killing of his own brothers at Tianwu Gate. Despite the dark beginning, he ruled with dedication and led the empire into the prosperous Zhongguan era.
今日花朝夜宴，大家不必拘谨，定要尽兴才好。
Oh, thanks.
说吧。
起宴。
Wiki unlocked. No, bench dude, that's not quite fair. You just can't let liking your kids get in the way of business.
妾敬你一杯。
今日入宫，事务繁杂，贵妃替朕料理，听不到。
妾分内之事。
I enjoy that they are making sure to make sure everyone gets their dramatic stares in. Everything is dramatic stares. That's our the end of kindness. Uh-huh.
真是让朕开了个龙眼。今日正好有波斯进贡的一对金丝舞鞋，就赐给贤妃吧。
是，陛下。
谢陛下。
Look at those Persian shoes. Look at them. Look at them. Li Shimen gave these to the consort kindness who wore them daily as a sign of his favor. Those are neat pieces. High stakes. This is why you went to border with Persia. Exactly. You get dancing shoes and ultramarine.
陛
陛下，妾身方才此舞，不过是抛砖引玉，这新人之中更是卧虎藏龙。
Don't say it.
有位江才人，
说妃姐姐推举了自己的外甥女入宫，想必此人才艺卓绝，不如请她献艺助兴，如何？
好啊，在哪儿呢？上来吧。
Well, that's unfortunate.
妾舞是元照，见过陛下。
朕很好奇啊，你有何才艺
？A simple dance, a stunning song, or a terrible people performance? I don't know. Chat, which one do you think we should pick? I'm glad they highlight that she's not people, of course. I believe I said the point was to not die. This might be a little bit big for us, but it could be stunning for a variety of reasons. The slow-mo staring!
妾献丑了。
歌艺卓绝，甚好，甚好。
哦，谢谢你。
真是不错。不过我曾听闻，这批新人之中有个歌技不亚于武才人的，似乎是中书侍郎江敏之女，怎么今日未曾见她？赵上公，江才人呢？
启禀贤妃，
哈，
才人他
但说无妨。
江才人他如今身在宁阴阁。
什么？
为何呀？
启禀陛下，江才人以下犯上，无视宫规，因而受罚。
这才刚进宫呢，怎么都到那儿去了？
哈，
这么大一出。
Good God！
陛下，妾只是罚他学几日规矩，学会了自然就放出来了。
陛下，不好了！禀陛下，江才人自枪了！
什么？
自枪了！
奴婢发现江才人的时候，他还吊在梁上，身子已经僵了。
可曾查出原因？
Well，
还能有什么原因呢？这新入宫的才人面子薄，
当
着众人的面被姐姐这样训斥，可惜了。
妹妹还真是喜欢将自己的推测作为实情，只可惜在陛下面前若无实证，容不得你信口雌黄。
妾有证据。
So much for the Festival of Flowers.
妾有证据，可以证明贵妃的清白。
你上前来说。
God, she sucks.
陛下面前，你直言便可。
害死江才人的凶手不是贵妃，而是这位武才人。
你说你有证据？
回陛下，武才人在入宫前便打听到贵妃独爱牡丹，又知道江才人才艺出众，在一众新人中对他威胁最大，因此故意赠予江才人一支牡丹发簪。江才人是被人陷害才惹得贵妃震怒，贵妃虽然责罚了江才人，可绝不会枉害他人性命。因此，妾断定，江才人之死，便是这武才人一手策划的结果。
陛下，妾我听信他一面之词。
武才人，
他是
你年纪轻轻竟如此狠毒，来人呐，拖下去！
陛下，陛下，我没有。
住手！
Ha.
淑妃到。
Hi, Aunt. Hello, our Aunt. Thank you for making this easier for us. Consort Yang of Elegance. Consort Yang, also known as the Consort of Elegance, is our aunt and one of the 4 consorts. She played a key role in helping guilds enter the palace. She has great power. She had a twin sister, Yang Kwe, who entered the palace but died from illness.
妾身来迟，望陛下莫怪。
爱妃为朕祈福，舟车劳顿，何来责怪之理啊？来赐座。
谢陛下。臣方才听说了江才人的事，不知贵妃连辩驳的机会都不肯给赵儿，是在担心什么吗？陛下，兼听则明，且听赵儿一言如何？
那朕就给武才人这个机会。
I knew nothing of her Grace's taste before I entered here. Why would her Grace... I mean, all of the above... Right, I mean... That one I think is a poor reason, because it's to make an example of us all. This one seems like the most obvious flaw. So we'll start here and we'll see how it goes.
陛下，妾入宫前并不知江才人才艺出众，何来阴谋之说？江才人名动一方，连贤妃都听过他的才名。武才人当真不知？
既如此，便将武才人暂押天牢。
Okay.
事情水落石出。
Fair enough. Fair enough.
放饭了，武才人。
Drama. Eat the flatbread. It's poisoned. Come on.
万一有毒，我吃下去了岂不是？忍一忍吧。
Now, if it was soup.
放饭了，武才人。
Soup.
好饿。
See? Well, it's gruel. Does gruel count as soup? I mean, this certainly kills us. But also, not eating for more than 3 days is also going to kill us. So... death. Death!
贵妃交代的事情，属下必当是竭尽全力的。
A gruel... You might die a gruesome death. Yes, quite. Mostly I just didn't want to continue on that path.
没想到能在这儿见到你。你知道我是被谁害死的吗？
Thank you. Like, that path keeps going for a hot second, but I see little benefit in doing that. Yeah, getting imprisoned, like, all of these seem like just variations on how you die, rather than an actual thing. I'll do that, try that one.
陛下，妾入宫前未曾
Oh, yes.
探听贵妃喜好，但却听闻贵妃执掌后宫事，向来赏罚分明，如何会因为一个小小的发簪而责罚才人？此言未免诟病了贵妃。
There we go. Just schmooze. Put her in a lose-lose scenario of schmoozing.
陛下似乎听见了我的话。
Oh.
我得抓住机会自证。
I don't trust either of these particularly.
妾请旨，请陛下派人查探江才人死前接触之人。
依他所言去查。
是。
I don't trust either of them.
陛下，江才人在死前未见过任何人。
既如此，便将武才人暂押
What?
天牢，等待事情水落石出。
What? Why? What? Huh? On what planet does that result in imprisonment? That's a peculiar sentence.
放饭了，武才人。
What did we do? Apparently asked him to... we correctly identified the error in the flaw argument, but then it was like, hey, yeah. Anyway, poison. Anyway, it's all poisoned. Right, that one was... That was because they wanted the, poisonings? Right, that one's kind of silly. I disagree with that one intensely. Right?
陛下，江才人的额前被烙了一朵牡丹，鲜血淋漓，面目。
Oh, of course, the peony flower.
贵妃，此事做的可是有点太过了。
The peony flower. I should have known that. I should have known that, but that's on mine.
才会罚他的，真的没想到这个江才人这么想不开。陛下，妾知道错了，妾自请罚俸半年，并日日为江才人抄经。
Hey, more Buddhism. Sutras.
你呀，既为贵妃，就当以身作则，为六宫之表率。往后不可再如此任性。
是。
Ah. Scheme point 1.2.
行了，今日夜宴就此罢了。
Well, this banquet's screwed. I like how he's just like, ah, I give up. Banquet's over. It's cancelled. Get out of here.
只是庆幸不曾让妄图害我之人得逞。至于这个偌大的棋局之上，自己究竟扮演了何种角色，当时的我却是不知的。
The Chinese court brought Mithridates, so they chose to have all their food poisoned. Exactly, exclusively poisoned food.
边上的一切还在眼前，我只要踏错一步，便只有死路。这是个吃人的地方，不进则退，没有丝毫让步，没有半分余地。
旭先生的贱蹄子，你还敢动老子的书？
这是爹爹留的书，我为什么不能看？
哼，一个丫头片子，
让我
大人留下点聘礼钱，就算我家没白养你。
我可怜的赵儿，赵让你受苦了。我想答应姨母进宫。进宫。
You got through the scene without getting imprisoned, but you were wrong reasoning anyway? Huh.
你要明白，一入宫门深似海，宫墙内的世界，远比这吴府还要可怕万倍。赵儿不怕，见天子，庸之非福。
There's that sentence.
无论发生什么，我都要坚定。
There is that sentence that the source taken straight from the sources.
今日夜宴之事，宫中无皇后。六宫皆以贵妃为尊，今日你得罪了贵妃，今后定要小心谨慎。
武才人，杨淑妃有请。
来了，还好有淑妃庇护，定不会让贵妃只手遮天的。谢谢你，徐慧姐姐，快去吧。
武才人，随奴婢来。
好。
传陛下旨意。宣徐慧侍寝。
Disappointed, jealous, unbothered, happy for her. Unbothered. We are simply deeply unbothered by this sentence.
这花好漂亮啊！
这是红鸾花，世间罕见。我们主子精心
Phoenix flower.
栽培的。
赵儿，赵儿见过姨母，好孩子。今日让你受惊吓了，谢过姨母，帮了赵儿。一家人说什么谢呀？快让姨母好好瞧瞧。我的赵儿啊，真是个美人胚子。梦境，
才人新入宫，这些一定用得上。
昭儿，多谢姨母。
姨母啊，准备把你安排在陛下身边，作为近侍女官，如此你将配
This is real，
方便你在宫中行走。这宫中的险恶，今日你也见识到了，姨母一定会帮你在这宫中站稳脚跟的。
昭儿，一定不会辜负。
Right, becoming a secretary is a very important step in her career.
你刚刚来，对宫中的情况还不是很了解，可有什么想知道的？
So much actually. How do I not dead?
陛下心心念念的，便是已故的长孙皇后。她与陛下是患难夫妻。
Why can't ID cards in office buildings come in fun shapes like fishes? Honestly, so valid.
为贵妃深得圣宠，她觊觎后位许多年，但是一直没能更进一步。这些年在宫中倒是树敌无数，所以许多嫔妃反而与姨母交好。那阴贤妃便是姨母的人。
难怪，在夜宴之上，阴贤妃故意将话题引向江才人。
不过今日那个刘熙已然逃入为贵妃麾下，但姨母定会为你讨回。
Uh-oh. Are you gonna serve her soup? Oh good, we can ask all of these. Fabulous. Fabulous.
姨母
Tutorialization.
对几位皇子更感兴趣。
昭儿不得胡言。不过，几位皇子的情况，你也是应该了解的。太子李承乾是陛下与先皇后的长子，
Exposition.
便被陛下作为储君悉心教导，寄予厚望。魏王是3位皇子中与陛下最像的，因此深得陛下的宠爱。晋王年幼，9岁丧母，便被陛下带在身边亲自抚养。晋王是陛下最为怜爱。
Why are they acting like why are they acting like they have different mothers? The way they phrase that, they made it act like Li Zhongqian, Li Tai, and Li Zhi all had different mothers. Cause like, no. Now, we should say Li Zhi, like you actually don't see it from looking at them. But Li Chengtian was born in 618, Li Tai was born in 620, and Li Zhi was born in 628. Which actually makes him 4 years younger than Wu Zetian. Oh, don't worry, Lady Isabel. That happens. There are plenty of other kids that are simply not appearing in this C-drama. But all 3 of these are children with the Empress. Yeah, no, 1st, 4th, and 9th sons.
在这宫中行事，要有3颗心。第一颗是小心，在这宫中，除了姨母，你不可以相信任何人。
Yeah, don't say that.
便是耐心。傲立枝头的不是最艳丽的那朵花，而是开放最久的那朵。第3颗便是狠心，在这宫中，心软便是致命的硬伤。
Exactly.
以后你慢慢变。
Trust no one but me is a very alarming sentence. And I know you have my best wishes at heart right this second. But don't say that. That's what we call gaslight.
谢姨母，我一定回去熟读。
好孩子，今日也累了吧？早点回去休息。你亲自送昭儿回去。
是。
姨母的关心和鼓励，为你一扫白日的重重阴霾。太极宫殿宇巍峨壮阔，你很好奇， 自己会在这座皇城中写下怎样的故事。
Yeah, the problem is, none of them... The problem is, right, none of the other princes actually have any effective chance of becoming emperor. The redhead looks rough. That's fair. And Liu Shi's scheming hasn't stopped. How far will your sharp mind take you next? Congrats, I didn't dead. Well... Who knew the Consort of Elegance would end with such a capable ally? Looks like we'll think a lot more of each other. Sharp-minded and calm in a crisis. If you'd served me, you'd be a powerful piece in my game. Li Tai! Li Tai! That's not a good first impression. Look, I understand that a lot of people that I've heard play this game are like, Li Tai, Li Tai, Li Tai. But, I don't enjoy the first impression of literally calling us a chess piece. At least you're simply stupid and forgot that you're not in a, or realized you're in a video game. Oh, she lasts a few more chapters. How'd you realize you're in a video game part 1? People really like the scheming bad boy, I can see that. Now, I mean, Li Tai is only 4 years older than us. Actually, wait, hang on a minute. I just realized, in this scene, Li Zhi is supposed to be 10 years old. We are 14 years old. Li Tai is 18. None of these kids are doing any significant scheming yet. They are fully literally children. That's rough. Oh yeah. It's bad, actually. Right, but... Wu Zetian is going to be 21 when she enters, when Taizong dies. I said effective... Well, I should have said effective scheming. They're not scheming against Dad yet. You know, a 10-year-old is not scheming against Dad. He might be being used as a pawn to be schemed. But, like, he's not leading the scheme. He's 10. Ooh, bonus videos. Me in Li Zhi's eyes.
晋王到！他们便是刚入宫的新人。
见过晋王殿下。
让他们进去吧。是晋王。
妾武士元昭，见过陛下。
明镜映元昭，是个好名字。
At 10 years old?
不好了，禀陛下，江才人自枪了。什么？刚刚入宫怎会突然自枪？
害死江才人的凶手不是贵妃，而是这位武才人。
武才人，你年纪轻轻竟如此狠毒，来人呐，拖下去！
陛下，
连辩解的机会都不给。
陛下，陛下，
此事恐不简单。
住手！
淑妃到。
哈哈。
陛下，贵妃执掌后宫事，如何会因为一个小小的发簪而责罚？
这般困局竟能被他巧妙化解，
查探江才人尸体，
实在令人刮目相看。
Shocking。
陛下，江才人的事还要继续查吗？
不必。
是。
陛下怎会
？I mean, yes。
江才人绝非死于自尽，究竟谁是幕后之人？ 他选择装作不知，依旧处罚韦贵妃，此中又含了多少深意？陛下从不揭穿这类纷争，自然有陛下的道理。
Though they did say that she's still 14 at the start of the game. So they are not changing the fact that I should say, right, they are changing things. For instance, they've changed Wu Zetian's first name. Now, let me be clear. Wu Zetian's given name was not Wu Zetian. In fact, the name Zetian is not given to her to basically posthumously. Best evidence for her name is Wu Zhao. Notably still, not what her name in the game is. So they are fictionalizing and are doing nice things to make the romance, right, so that you can have your little date your princes, pick your path, date your princes video game. C-drama romance without it being incredibly weird. But we are here to make it weird. We are historians. We specialize in looking at media and saying, but what if it was weirder? They only had this palace set for only a few months before shooting for other C-drama crews coming in, so they got it to be a whole great epic where the character stars teenagers. You're so right.
波斯进贡的一对金丝舞鞋，就赐给贤妃吧。
是陛下。
谢陛下。这双鞋真美啊！可我还有更重要的事。
Storyline. How'd we do? Yes, obviously head to chapter 3. Death. I am not seeing a lot of very effective... Like, in terms of ways to get totally alternate paths, I'm actually not seeing very much. Yippee. Give me my coins. Yippee. Give me my coins. Enter the history buff, enter the chapter list for the first time. Well. At the banquet of the Flower Festival with sorrowful wails echoing, will this happen every year? Thank you. Next chapter.
大哥，你的生辰快到了，敬你一杯。四弟有心了。
See, the ceramics are gorgeous. Look at those ceramics.
太子竟如此耽于声色，不思进取。
陛下息怒。
这人叫什么？称心。吩咐下去，杀了了事。至于太子，将他禁足。
是。陛下，晋王殿下已经
Uncrowned princessness。
哦，这儿来了，快请他进来。
是。宣晋王殿下觐见。
Hello, Leader.
参见父皇。这是儿臣今日的画作，还请父皇雅。
The ninth prince. Nope. Okay, they are acknowledging that he's the ninth son, which means that they should be acknowledging that he's born in 628, which means he is 10 years old.
好一幅秦王破阵图。
Painting of the Prince of Qin's battle. Before coming Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin held the title Prince of Qin. His victories in battle inspired the famous musical piece, Music of Prince of Qin's Battle. This painting is likely inspired by that.
这画当中怎么有一股淡淡的蓝麝香？
父皇说的不错，这特制蓝色的墨，正是大哥生前赠予儿臣的。父皇，儿臣的画
朕有些乏了，侄儿先回去吧。
Aw.
是。
10-year-olds were so talented then before brain rot content.
听说你是淑妃举荐，想来应当办事妥帖。将帝训送入东宫，让太子好好研读。
是。
东宫 meeting。
两仪殿上职的这些日子，第一次看到陛下如此盛怒。
Yeah, he doesn't like his son very much, I fear.
太子殿下一直不肯纳太子妃，恐怕是有什么隐疾
啊！真的假的？
Pause to eavesdrop.
我觉得晋王殿下才是俊秀出尘。
晋王殿下上右，倒是这魏王。
姐姐们不是看上魏王
Okay, but like y'all are talking.
魏王殿下龙章凤姿，莫说姐姐了，我也心向往之。
嘘，你小点声，这话可不能被旁人听到。
这有什么？谁不馋他的身子？听说魏王可是极懂风情之人，我若能一亲魏王芳子，我就是死也甘愿了。
来，
走了，回屋里聊。
不对，
小心隔墙有耳。
本王倒是好奇，武才人是怎么想的。
Yup，来，李太。
魏王殿下怎么会在这儿？
能与家人偶遇，本王自然是要来。
No, don't stop it.
花朝夜宴，你的表现着实让本王惊艳。
Stop it.
区一个五品才人，才识和胆谋，却是不容小觑。
殿下谬赞了。
父皇命你明日入东宫，除了送帝训，本王还需要你在神不知鬼不觉的情况下，将一个人带进去，亲自交给太子。
魏王为何如此笃定
？The drama
就会为你所用。
你想错了，本王并不笃定。不过才人是个聪明人，应当明白，知道了本王的筹谋，却不能为本王所用。你觉得本王还会留着他吗？
There has to have. There's been. It looks like at least a little bit of a time skip. Really? Really? What an ominous decision. What an extremely ominous decision happening here. Oh, we have so many moderate routes. I mean, this will almost certainly get us killed. But also... I'm sorry, I don't trust him. I can also ruin him, in some important ways. Right? So. Honestly, either could get so much, right? So, while he did various important geographical and artistic works, throughout this whole time period, he, also, after Chengdian was, arrested, Li Tai visited him every day, Anyway, he gets stripped of rank in 1240 or in 643 and dies in 651. Is this FMV or computer graphics? It's FMV. Baizong dies in 649. And, yeah. Also, he's described in at least one source as being, quite overweight. But, yeah, he seems... In the power struggles after Li Chongdian, gets, stripped of rank, Li Tai promises to kill his son in order to become emperor. His father correctly says he wouldn't do that. Calls that bluff completely. But, now this is a guy who's willing to tell his dad that he'll kill his dad's son. So, this is not a good person. Man. I mean, look. What's the death counter for if not, What's the death counter for if not to highlight our... That took no time. Wow, I was not expecting this to go that quickly. See, I was expecting to get souped. See, I was fully expecting to get souped. Right? Poisoning or subtlety, not that he'd kill us himself. Proud of him. For now, you need to keep him at bay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I don't have a choice.
我帮殿下可有何好处？
你虽有杨淑妃作为倚仗，可韦贵妃的势力盘踞后宫，往后的路难免难走。你为本王做事，本王定能护你周全。
We're gonna betray him as soon as we can, though.
便请殿下庇佑元昭。
那便让我看看残人的能力吧。
Affinity +1.
殿下说要让我带一个人进东宫，他是谁？
他是江湖上最有名的民间医师，只不过此事不愿让父皇和其他人知晓。残人在后宫做事，应当知道什么事该问，什么事不该问。
是，元昭先告退了。
Fish，
你的鱼符。
Fish。
谢过殿下。即使心里再慌乱。
They're speaking very formally, by the way.
这宫里最怕的是自己没有利用价值。
What did you?
但我可以被利用，绝不能被摆布。
Okay. Yoink.
这边请。
有劳了。武才人，你身旁之人是谁？东宫严禁出入，来人，将其拿下。
慢着，这是。
I can speak a tiny little bit. Right. I haven't studied it in. I stopped, or I should say, I stopped reading it.
可是从未有人通传今日有夫子前来。来人，将人拿下。
Okay. Captured by the Eastern Palace guards who immediately reported it. Tragic. As Magistrate's Secretary, you faked the Imperial Order, we were sentenced to death, and our entire family was exiled. Tragic. Well, I don't have other paths, so, like... I guess that answers that one.
这是魏王殿下给太子殿下请的医人，事关皇家秘辛，若声张，你怕是活不过明日。
All right, that works.
唐突了，才人请。
That works. Right? It's like that level of form. Exactly. Right? I agree. It's absolutely not Old Chinese, like 8th or 7th or 8th century language. But it is a more formal register than what you actually hear in day-to-day. Especially like the way they're saying thank you is very different. Right, they're doing it sometimes where they're using xiexia and buxia as the response, but they're also using some other variations that are more formal register. So it's vaguely... The best way of describing it is ye olde Chinese, right? So you've got a couple of like these and thous and this upper register of old-timiness that is completely not... Ha! Happy Pride Month for the Prince and the definitely not gay crush. Aww. Aww. Cute. Cute. Happy Pride. Happy done, eh?
太好了，晨曦，还好你没事。
趁心杀了了事。
殿下不要这般眉头紧锁。
Cute。
上次的曲子，我们一起把它谱完吧。
晨曦，我想好了，我会向父皇提出让出我的太子之位。
殿下，我竟然亲手将陛下要杀的人带进了东宫。
Well, that's unfortunate.
发生这么大的事，我该怎么办
？Ooh. Cute. Yeah. This is not good. The Emperor will not take kindly to this. For the record.
事关重大，应尽快告诉姨母才是。
But yes, the historical 力中间 does.
前世的桂花羹为何这么甜？主子饶命！主子饶命！
拖下去。
Not the soup. Not the soup.
主子息怒，让我如何能不生气？江才人之死，本宫费了这么大的周折，甚至王熙和贤妃联手，可是那个贱人只罚了半年的俸禄。
江才人的死，竟然是姨母做的。
陛下对她真是好啊，好的有点过分了。
主子，日子久了，陛下定然厌弃韦贵妃，也会看到主子的一片深情。何况主子的外甥女来了。他在夜宴上临危不惧，化解死
劫，于
主子而言更是如虎添翼。
Do you know about how China saw homosexuality? Badly.
要么就成为一副把戏。
只希望武才人不要像那个人一样作茧自缚。
Not as badly as medieval Europe, but badly.
自然是好。若是个不安分的，就莫怪本宫不念血脉亲情。
Yeah.
这都是捡的，不是偷的。
什么人在外面？
不是偷的，主子饶命，奴婢真的继续用钱。
Offering flowers. Well, goodbye. Goodbye.
你这是？
姨母想你了，来看看你。
才人，你逃的倒是比那个偷花宫女快。可惜在我们把她眼珠子挖出来之前，她就把见过你的事全说了。
饿了吧？这是姨母最喜欢的
soup，
尝尝吧。
soup。
来人，
不要。
赵儿，姨母提醒你的3颗星，真是一颗都没用上。
Are we not counting the gruel? You make a good point.
快送我来！怎么办？去拼吗？怎么办？
要是被发现了，别受伤。
Right? These tongue dresses are not made for running.
在这儿，愣着干嘛？去那边找。是。
我偷花的事，
淑妃一定不会饶过我的，不能让别人知道。那就只有对不住你了。
Hey, what's the point of do? Oh, we lost our fish. We lost our fish. It screws us over.
才人，左宫你一醒来就招了，说在书景殿外见过你。
That's a soup point too.
很是心痛，一支利剑就这样废了。淑妃赏你的桂花羹，还不上来帮帮才人？
不要，不要，不要！
Soup. Okay, but like death is not how that works. Like killing her does not solve our problem. We're gonna do that next, but like there is no surviving this. Oh, well. It does keep her from talking, true. Being discovered is bad. But, like... Hello. Ooh. Liu Shi's gaze burns into your fleeing back.
吴姐姐做什么去了？
Well, well, well.
何时？念在我们幼时情谊，你以前做的事情我不与你计较。若你再想耍什么花招，我定不会放过你。
我父亲被你们武家害得惨死，这笔账我才要与你好好计较。
你胡言乱语！
Well, at least the game... I'm really, really, really warning you. Yep. Did you drop the fish token somewhere? What now? I mean, both options are bad, right? Going back to look for it opens us up way too much. After all, criminals always return to the scene of the crime, and they will be investigating. Unfortunately, if we let it slide, both options are bad, right? And it gets discovered, well, it will be recognized and we will be force-fed soup. At the same time... Exactly. Crown Princess Palace Enigma 2. Yeah, that's fair. We're playing the first. You know, we're playing the first. Anyway. I'm noticing that they like Dutch angles slightly too much.
究竟如何才可以活下去？
Ghost, 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 ghost.
知道了，孟姑姑，我梳洗一下，马上就来。
主子，
赵儿。
Did I mention I really like the ceramics? That Celadon porcelain is really, really distinctively tongue.
心中不免五味杂陈。你不断提醒着自己
Really, really obviously Tang Dynasty.
是一具丝毫不在意血脉亲情的人面骸骨。
昨日啊，姨母做了好喝的桂花羹，派下人去找你，可是怎么也找不着。赵儿做什么去了？
昨日我睡得早，没听见有人传话。
赵儿的近视鱼符呢？
Uh-oh. Well, we can just lean into the factional things.
如果淑妃真的发现了鱼符，就不会这般试探我。姨母，刘熙曾来找过我，我怀疑是被他偷了去。
刘熙，
之前在夜宴上，他那样拼了命的为韦贵妃辩驳。 看来早已成为他的马前卒，请姨母救救赵儿，不然赵儿会像江残人那样惨死在韦贵妃手里。
赵儿不必担心，有
When to be fishing for your token, exactly.
放在眼里。
You understand?
快起来吧，梦境。
It's nice, by the way, for the evil people to tell us their evil schemes in places where we can see them.
来。 尝尝
Get souped.
愣着干嘛呀？可甜了。
I don't have much of. I really don't have a choice. This is not poisoned. Right? I would be shocked if this one was also poisoned. She's trying to fake us out to see if we know that it's usually poisoned.
好喝吗？
这副伪善的面孔曾带给我温暖，可是姨母，这天底下会演戏的不止你一个。
That night, the Prince of Wei asked you to meet at the center of the lake. Really? Out in the middle of the lake where we could get easily drowned?
殿下看似在帮太子，实则是在令太子一步步失去圣心。
这宫中蠢钝自负之人太多了，像你这
That's just for soup deaths.
我很是喜欢。
称心可是陛下要杀的人，你让我将他带入东宫，是想害死我吗？
我怎么可能舍得你死呢？要不是我帮你清理宫里的尸体，帮你收好你掉落的鱼符，
Well,
你早就死了。
Again, why do we like this guy?
王做事，定能护你周全。
殿下这是趁人
Stupidly handsome.
将我收入麾下，却又不实情相告，实在是令人寒心。
Gotcha.
在这宫里，谁的话都不能相信。若是信，
Well, at least he's more honest than our aunts.
将刀子递到对方手中。就像杨淑妃虽然是你姨母，可你又能倚仗她几分？
Because he's much more interesting than the nice guy.
才是你的靠山。
靠山。
We haven't had any interactions to see.
这是魏王殿下给太子殿下请的伊人。
才人请。
All right.
是一条船上的人，如果东窗事发，谁都别想独善其身。
看来本王真的没有看错你。
At least he's a good sport about getting absolutely trolled.
早知道贴身之物在我这儿，为什么？
这样一来，我们都有了软肋，盟友关系才是最紧密的。
I mean, true, it is a low bar, but true, right? They are both horrible and therefore a match made in heaven for each other. But
还不快来见过武才人？
But hello. Right? He admits he sucks, so that makes him entertaining. But I haven't seen anything about the kid.
见过武才人。
他是殿下的人。
殿下吩咐的，小的都已经做到了。
大哥为了你，居然愿意放弃太子之位，真不愧是本王选中的人。
谢主子夸赞，只是小人有一事不明。既然他已经愿意放弃太子之位，为何不顺水推舟，让其向陛下请旨？
太子之位从来就没有放弃一说，本王要的是父皇亲手废了他。
只是接下来对太子，小人又该如何做
I like that they scheme out in the open where we can all hear, where we can counter scheme.
你觉得呢？
Ooh. So, I mean, this is the historically accurate one. Right? So, let's see, who is it? The General Huo Junji, the Emperor's brother, Li Yuanchang, the Imperial Guard Commander, Li Anyan, and, Du He, Chief of Staff for Li Tai, would all be, involved in the eventual rebellion. But, for right now, it's a bit early for rebellion. So let's play our hands subtly.
宫中波谲云诡，既然已经走到这一步，再多的顾虑也没有用，唯有先活下去，才有资格谈未来。太子呆于声色，豢养越人，只要将此事传遍朝野，让朝中重臣对太子心生不满，朝臣最在意礼义教条，如此，以他们为首的太子一党，便再也不会如从前那般坚固了。
这些朝臣们的目光最为长远。若是太子顺利登基，他们便是最大的功臣。
对啊。
至于太子的声色之欢，他们根本就不在意。
本王之前一直以为你是如今看来不过
tragic。
耽于声色只是一错，殿下亦可同时寻他身上更多错处，一起发作。
你太天真了。若真如此轻易便可动摇太子之位，本王何必费心至此？
殿下。
罢了，今日便议到这里。
Tragic.
是。
Darn. Oh, dang. We're gonna get got for knowing too much. Really? That's just a good old-fashioned poisoning. Or, dart to the neck, I should say. Boop. Yeah. I mean, fair enough. That's what I get for not going for the, oh yes, let's drive him to paranoia. Let's drive him to paranoia so he goes into rebellion. Right, I should have simply done that. I should have known that knowing what the historical elite Zheng Tian does.
说。
就算陛下对太子有诸多不满，但只要太子不犯大错，陛下终究不会忍心废了他。唯有兵行险招，逼其造反，陛下才会彻底放弃他。
可大哥性子。
I don't want affinity up. Give me other options.
再温和的人也有放不下的事，而太子最放不下的，便是他的知己称心。太子与称心的身份天差地别，最不能为世人所容。如果说排除万难的唯一办法是拥有至高无上的权力
，the thesis of the game. Yes.
也什么都做得出来。
心狠手辣，玩弄人心。你果真和本王是一路人。
Unfortunately.
这些按武才人说的去做。
主子，太子怎会为了小人行此忤逆之事？
看来你是不忍了。
若非主子出手，小人早已死了。称心曾立誓，余生这条命就是主子的，唯主子之命是从。
天色已晚，元昭该告退了。
Okay, but like, you're in the middle of the lake, you don't have a choice in the matter.
我不该卷入黄泉漩涡中，但是我想要的只是活下去。
再多等些时日。
如此偏僻之处，是谁在提过？
程老，自你玄武门被害，妾身忍辱数年，是否那个杀你的贼人？
哦。
正好有波斯进贡的一对金丝舞鞋，赐给贤妃吧。
你在黄泉路上，再多等妾身一会儿。
殷贤妃的先夫，竟然是李建成。昔日陛下为夺皇位，在玄武门亲手射杀了自己的兄长李建成。
Exactly.
寻你了，
他想杀陛下。
什么人？出来！
These darn dresses. It's like 8 sleeves and sleeves.
贤妃，如今太平盛世，民生安定，贤妃还应想开些。
这新入宫的才人，他这么有趣吗？你现在不是应该求着我放过你吗？
贤妃数十年不忘先夫，如此情深义重之人，自然不会妄害他人性命。
你是在嘲讽本宫吗？ 不过兜不住你。
The Dutch angles, Dutch angles, Dutch angles, Dutch angles, Dutch angles.
我姨母是杨淑妃。
啊。
一颗棋子而已，还知道自己有多重
要。Correct. We simply need to make it happen. Dutch angles, Dutch angles, Dutch angles, Dutch angles. Dutch angles. Dutch angles. Hello, Dr. Hubs. How are you doing? Oh, darn. Oh, yeah. I will make them pay. Yeah. Okay, but like...
你当真是为了先夫李建成？
你是什么东西
Dutch angles.
我和程浪之间的情谊，李世民待我再好又如何？他不过是个弑兄的小人，别再妄想拖延时间，没有人会来救你。
Provoke her.
你就是在自欺欺人。什么？你陪伴陛下10几年，若真想为先夫报仇，
Provoke her.
何必拖到现在？
你胡说！我做这一切。 忍辱投生，只是为了寻找时机，寻找合适的时机。
所以你一边等待时机，一边享受了10几年的荣华富贵，如此自欺欺人，真是可怜又可笑。
我不是。
仙客，是不是等到陛下变天之时，你仍觉得时机未到？
不要再说了，你给我闭嘴！
当年李建成尸骨未寒。
I can't believe this worked. I can't believe this works.
现如今你吃穿用度。 甚至你脚上这双鞋，哪一个不是来自于你的杀父仇人？真是恬不知耻！
不穿了，我不穿了！武才人，来人，给我抓住他！
I can't believe that. Yeah, we should. These darn dresses. Seriously, twisted your ankle for the 18th time. Hello, Leader. That's what the pointy hairpins are for.
你慌慌张张的，没事吧？
再去那边看看，一定要抓住他。
Hello. This is so dramatic. This is so dramatic. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The slow motion. They're great. I don't think... Have I ever said otherwise?
我来吧。
Have I ever said otherwise? I wish we had they straightened out the camera. That's kind of my main complaint right now, is I wish they straightened out the camera a little bit. So anyway, these two, the historically accurate...
他们走了。圣上交给殿下的事，若是太晚，怕是不妥吧？
多谢殿下今日相救。
守卫我会帮你引开，后宫之事我不便插手。你快去找你姨母吧。
殿下的恩情，来日再报。
Affinity +8. There we go. There we go. Li Sherman holds the title of Prince of Jin after losing another nation and was raised directly by the Emperor. Appears kind and gentle, staying above palace conflicts, but whether this is true nature or just a mask, the struggle for power will eventually involve everyone. Yourself was rescued during the Southern Mountain Hunt? Spoilers? Spoilers. So, this seems like this possibly has spoilers. But anyway, the Emperor Gaozong, right, so Taizong, due to the scheming and counter-scheming of his elder sons, appoints Li Zhi as his heir and successor. After a few years after his father's death and his ascension to the throne, he actually pulls Wu Zetian out of the Buddhist monastery where she was sent, because when an emperor dies, the entire set of consorts are shipped off. They are shipped off into monasteries, they are secluded from everything, they are supposed to basically, exit life. Just not literally, unlike in, the Qin dynasty. So he pulls her out of the convent in 651, and a few years, appoints her as the second rank of imperial concubine, but the highest ranking of the second rank, which makes her, the top 4 or 5 people in the whole system. A few years later, he actually does appoint Wu as Empress, and they co-rule into the 660s. Unfortunately, he is going to have a stroke. Probably a hypertension-inflicted stroke, and his ability to manage the empire is going to rapidly decrease. And so they go from being fairly co-equal into 662, 663, into Wu Zetian managing everything by the late 660s. He passes away in 684, the early 680s. And so actually, post-stroke lives quite a long time, but is just not vigorous enough to deal with the hustle and bustle of managing the empire.
“圣令在上，殿下快去吧。”亲王虽然帮我度过了眼前的危机，但贤妃绝不会善罢甘休，姨母会真心帮我。
Will she help? So, yes. No, but yes. Right? In that, this is a great excuse for her to further her ambitions, which is what I need.
虽然姨母本性非善，但此等绝密之事，也唯有她和我休戚与共。
Right, this is the correct play this time.
姨母
Exactly.
有事要禀告姨母。
赵儿，何事如此着急？
Ooh, lay out the whole story. No. I don't think laying out the whole story is a good idea.
姨母，事情就是如此。
贤妃竟然有如此大逆不道
Exactly.
只是她先夫死了这么多年，怎么至今都未有行动？
我还听贤妃喃喃自语时说，她近日常常梦到李建成，说让他快点下手。
哦。
想必他是认定了先夫托梦。
如此，倒也不奇怪。
那贤妃心怀鬼胎，若是最近陛下召她前去侍寝，
本宫绝不会给她机会伤害陛下的。
姨母打算怎么做？
我自有安排。
Soup, prepare soup.
姨母也不会给她机会伤害你的。梦境，你亲自送赵儿回去。
The plan is soup. 100% chance.
贤妃果然不会善罢甘休。看来，利用杨淑妃才是生存之道，因为在她心中，有一人绝不容许受到伤害，那便是陛下。接下来的1个月里，杨淑妃
A month has passed.
同游皇宫花园。我心中明白，她的目的是在势力纷繁的宫中，向所有人明确自己对我的庇护。
As your aunt, I find you moderately useful and probably want to keep you around if possible, right?
与此同时，我和魏王的计划也在逐渐施展，直至东宫发生惊变。
See, the trick is not the soup. The trick are the guards that are force feeding you the soup.
父皇已经发现你在东宫，我现在就送你出长安。
也许我与殿下的缘分终究是尽了。
传陛下口谕，处死称心，一切既往不咎。殿下，切勿让陛下再失望。
称心漂泊多年，遇到太多人，唯有殿下真心以待。这些日子能够陪在殿下身边，已是此生最好的时光。
It's a shame that they're all scheming.
真心知足了。
Zhongtian is not built for this.
在牢笼中，既然父皇逼我做出选择，
Doomed done, May. Tragic.
贞观16年9月
642.
从前谋反败露，李世民大怒，下令处死称心，关押东宫所有属臣，而太子则被软禁于东宫，听候发落。
Old Book of Tang, a teenage musician from the Grand Ritual Court, blessed with beauty. Taizong was angry after learning of this. He arrested and killed Chen Xin along with other people. Taizong so Chen Xin along with Western to Qianshou.
大哥已被软禁于东宫，废除太子之事，不日将会被提上。
Okay, they gotta slow down with those subtitles. Who on earth could read that fast? Who on earth could read it that fast?
恭喜殿下得偿所愿。
武才人，功不可没呀。
About 5 years.
你我不过偶然同舟，今后恐并不同路。今日之后，你我便两清了。
Well, it's a bit late for pausing now. But also, who on earth would think that you need to pause in order to read the old Book of Tang?
这是我最后一次赴殿下之约，风大雨急，殿下不必相送。夺嫡之争，凶险万分，绝不该越陷越深。只有及时抽身，才是唯一的选择。
I'll see myself out wades to shore, right? Anyway, welcome to the Eastern Palace. So yeah, he is going to be stripped of all rank.
你不应该来这里，这里太危险了。早晚这样的事，父皇是不会放过我的。终究是。
But he will not be killed. He will simply be sent in exile.
殿下说错了，走向深渊的是殿下，不是我。
Why are we gloating? Why are we gloating? Why are we gloating? Why are we gloating? What?
这场造反
Anyway, so this is Taizong's logic. Right, the game is basically saying Taizong's paranoia about what Li Tai is doing is correct. Alright, Magistressa. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the tragedy. Sad dad made noises. I mean, it's absolutely the more dramatic character thing, but that, I just want to be clear that that's what's happening.
殿下，这是做什么？
我们的琴谱还差最后一条，我们一起把它破了。
没这个必要。
你说过谱好会亲自弹给我听的。
你究竟有没有听我在说什么
I mean, yes. God, the frame rate. All 4 frames per second. Aww.
我是魏王的人。殿下若向圣上表明，这一切都是魏王的安排，圣上定能网开一面。
不必了。
殿下，魏王害你至此，你怎这般无动于衷？
造反一事罪无可恕，加上攀咬自己的亲弟，那么这场棋局，四弟才能获得最后的胜利。 在乎我的太子之位，我何曾在乎过？原来这一切，到头来，都是四弟为我编织的一场美梦。
The actor is very good, right? 中天's actor is very, very good. Honestly, Chen Xin's actor is also doing a great job.
和殿下谱琴的日子，是称心最珍贵的时光。
称心，这世
I know.
只有你能读懂我的。
Okay, no, fair point. Fair point, I see. The reason why he could shut up to gloat is just to have Dadme. I want one of those flutes, by the way. I've been searching for a good one for a long time. Li Chengqian lost the title to Empress, the throne of the Imperial Prison, put under the common kind Empress rebelled, and why after fell apart he didn't say a word to defend himself. Was it to kill his brother and seize the throne like his father? Some say he coveted the throne, some say he fought his own brothers. Everyone believed Crown Prince did for his own future. Yes, but he just wanted a future where he could be with someone named Qin Shin. In truth, the Crown Prince had done no wrong. His life was devoted to one person more than anything else. Okay, so now this text runs normally. But for him, despair never came from the throne. It was the thought of a future with Qin Shin that kept him going. That was mistranslated. But all of it was crushed under the imperial power. In the end, he lost the throne, lost Qin Shin, and lost himself. Event completed. Deadly osmanthus soup. This well water, so red, so cool, and so bloody. I'd love to see Tiger Wu taste it for herself. You and Zhao, your eyes just don't shine the way they used to. Everything's going according to plan, except for that one pawn who's just a little too clever. We didn't die! Deadly soup! Bonus videos! So many bonus videos! Congrats! You did it! Right?
殿下，如今太子已然被废，那个称心已经尽了他所有的作用，是否要去杀了他？
啊！
不必。可在魏王眼中，他是称心的救命恩人，称心依旧是他的人。如果不处理得干净些，定会让魏王生疑。
你以为四哥会留下他的性命吗？
Ha! Well, Leisure may be less bad at this than I feared.
社稷之时，在如此多事之秋，太尉更要注重自己的身子。
这里没有外人，叫舅父就行。
舅父，
前太子若是能有你一半孝心，也不至于被废了。如今储君之位空悬，朝堂上人心惶惶，每日都有人向我探听陛下的心思，而陛下仍犹豫不决，这不到最后，谁都不知道结果怎么样。靖王，若是将这副重担落在你的肩上，你当如何呀？
舅父，你别说笑，这岂是我该想的？父皇曾夸赞我性子恭谦温和，足以做个辅佐哥哥的臣子。
只怕魏王不这么认为啊。
四哥德才兼备，又精明能干，向来比我更有主意。
Okay, you're underplay. Look at him underplay his head.
想的越多，输的越惨。
Also, the way that they do close-ups of every tea makes me think every tea is poisoned. Like, I think the primary form of drink that they have in the Tang Dynasty is deadly poison.
趁心今夜没有等到殿下，他传来密报，魏王果真准备动手了。知道了。
And what is tea essentially? Soup. You're so right. Well, it's a broth. You can make soups out of broths, but I would not call all broths soups.
遇到了更重要的事。殿下，要去杀了他吗？
你我不过偶然同舟，今后恐并不同路。今日之后，你我便两清了。
他确实不该留。
Yeah.
属下明白。
等等。
Yeah. And Chen Shin is now like this man is like a quadruple agent. All we need for Chen Shin is to find out that he's actually been working for the Emperor the whole time. Sadly, he's going to get super dead. Now, how he survived this long, given that Taizong has ordered him being killed several times? I don't know. But like every time, half the scenes with the Emperor at this point are him saying that we have to kill this dude. And the response is, damn. That sucks, we're going to not do that.
小人是卑贱之神，从来没有名字，记得太子殿下垂怜，求太子殿下赐名。
名字是极重要的事，待我好好想想，可好？
那时的我实在不解，随意赐给一个下人的名字罢了，不是这些天皇贵胄最擅长的事，何须如此神圣？小人。
Because they're cute! I mean, admittedly, they're like backstabbing.
3日后，太子将我留在东宫做乐师。太子殿下下朝回来了，让我为殿下抚琴吧。
那日你在乐坊中，琴音虽艳丽，却掩不住曲调中的苍凉。你一定经历了很多不易吧？
Aww.
所以
This is cute.
往后心愿皆所成。
Well.
称心如意。 称心这个名字，你可喜欢？
心愿皆成，称心如意。称心，谢过太子殿下。
Cute.
你笑了，你喜欢便好。
Who doesn't backstab just a little bit, right?
你知道我每一次想，皆是引你离深渊更近了一步。
Aww.
你还会希望我笑吗？
Aww.
这首曲子是广陵。
那一日，我故意在你面前弹起广陵。这首曲子染着我满满的鲜血。太子殿下竟然知道这首曲子？
多年前，我曾遍寻古曲。
你可知，当年仅仅因为你一句喜欢，我满门皆忘。
So?
可惜，琴谱因年岁受损。 后半却早已湮灭。
如此好的亲母，真是可惜了。
是啊，这些年我一直想为他续写完整，却始终未能。
Oh. Just implying dramatic.
一起将此曲湮灭的后半阙谱写完。
Oh. The Don Man goes crazy. He's so wholesome.
当年你轻飘飘的一句
Yeah.
致使鄂州太守为讨好太子，强取亲仆不得，就屠灭我满人。
I can't exactly. No,
我设计杀了鄂州太守。
站
住！别跑！站住
No, hang on a sec.
逃亡之计是尽王救，报仇雪恨。太子殿下，你可知，你的双手满是我至亲的鲜血。
I mean, yeah, fair play. Like, that's one heck of a motive. That's one heck of a motive. But that's also, like, wow, that's a lot of backstory. Like, don't throw a dump on Maine even in a bonus story.
他几乎将他最柔软的地方轻易暴露给了我，我仿佛可以轻易送他入深渊。
Yeah, now you're gonna have just a little bit of Dane. Little bit of doomed regret.
一直在这里出神，殿下怎么了？
小时候，父皇和母后总是带着我和弟弟们。
Okay, they actually aren't saying that. Okay.
看月亮，数星星。皇宫是我最温暖的家。可后来，亲兄弟为权位、为皇恩争斗不休。他们日日都盯着我的位置，撕扯着、算计着。皇宫是争斗场，是战场，却唯独不是我的家。我的这一生，一直都活在牢笼中。
Oh.
直到那一日，你的琴音可见天地众生，让浑浑噩噩的我。
Right.
在黑暗中。
This was a 100-episode drama. This would have had an episode dedicated to the backstory, but it's like a 5 to 10 hour game. Yeah.
怕你和我一样。
Yeah.
永远囚在这里。
其实，称心一直未曾与殿下讲过我自己的故事。称心也曾有很爱自己的爹爹和娘亲，可高官贵胄的一句话，就顷刻之间要了我全家人的性命。这便是如今的天道。自那时起，称心残喘苟活至今，活得不忍不轨。太子殿下是这世上唯一对我好的人，只要殿下在，称心便什么。
Look, I understand that he's like got an absolutely murderous grudge, but that's cute.
从今往后，这里就是你的家，我定会为你报仇。
Oops.
这些年
Oops.
我为乐师四处漂泊，就是为了找到仇人。太子殿下，我的仇，我想自己亲手报。等称心报完仇的那一天，太子殿下，你也一定会为我高兴的，对吧？
希望那一日能早日到来。
我离我的目标越来越近，可不知为何，那天你看向我的眼神，让我心中隐隐作痛。
See, I knew I was justified in saying it was cute.
我竟希望时间永远在此停留。
I was justified. Just because it's doomed doesn't mean it's not cute.
可时间不会停留，我们的 注定。
非礼成前为庶人，永求别世。
殿下，我为写完的这首曲子，我谱完了，叫广陵渡。
Aww. Again, this isn't disproving my theory. The most popular tea flavor in the Tang Dynasty is deadly poison. It's wine a soup. Now there's the questions. Playing sports and playing sports in those outfits sounds nightmarish. The game's similar to polo. Normally you score a point by hitting a ball into the hole, but Bleacher got an idea. Hit the ball. Hit the bell.
查着好礼，无妨，再来。
自太子被废后，储君之位空悬，而陛下似乎并不急于新太子的血光。
殿下，
时光流转，于魏王而言，一个新的威胁出现了。而此番亲眼见证，甚至是参与了皇家亲。
They just hadn't figured out how to make soup or tea without poison. You're so right. You're so right.
不错不错。
我去捡。
来，凯儿，我们继续。
No, why am I picking it up? I should absolutely not be picking it up. In the pains of this game, apparently they do. I mean, I believe them. It just sounds deeply unpleasant. Like, let me be clear. Yes. Let me actually just find one of them real quick. Right? That's the wrong one. Is that? There we go. That one will work. I mean, you are absolutely correct. But yes, it shows them with the ridiculous sleeves all the time, playing this game in a very contained area, pretty much exactly like how the game has it. But let me be clear, I am already not athletic, and trying to be athletic while also not tripping over my own sleeves is simply not happening.
父皇可有为我那幅画题字？
陛下似乎未曾在意他的画。陛下或许仍在斟酌。
凯儿，咱们再来。
Exactly.
那幅画，元照也有幸一观，不仅欲扬国威，亦是纪念忠魂。虽渺凯旋，但心存和平之重，足见殿下仁义之心。
没想到，我才人先读懂了。
He is going to subjugate Goguryeo.
那元照可否有幸得一幅殿下的墨宝？
你喜欢我的画？
嗯。
Uh-huh. Ah. Leader affinity check. Oh good, the Spectre of the Coal Palace. Wonggong Guimei.
贵妃，你真就放过那五元诏了？那五元诏是淑妃臂膀，一切来看，应尽快将其除掉。看他在境内上蹿下跳的样子，真是狗仗人势。
I love lapdogs. Exactly. You need don't be scared.
在贵妃眼里，玉兔是最宝贵的，岂能容你在这不知轻重？
妾再也不敢了。
刘才人，你为何这般恨无元璋？
回贵妃，他家当年诬告妾的父亲贪腐，害妾的父亲蒙冤含恨而终，这份血海深仇，妾一定要报。
原来如此，那本宫便帮帮你。
Right？
可好？
谢贵妃。
哎，你看，武才人怎么每日捧着这卷女则，看得废寝忘食的。
女则是天下女子准则，我娘常说啊，身为女子，恪守3从4德，才能走得安稳。
这话我娘也每日唠叨。
Yeah, Confucianism。
徐姐姐，你在做什么呀？
我在下双陆棋，我教你。好呀。
就会，
博局如棋盘，左右各有6。
True。
掷骰子，德彩行马。
Look at those extremely modern dice.
必诡异，打马过关，即是斗垒，真好玩。试试。
哎，您说了吗？贤妃居然突发治下之急轰了。啊！
贤妃
没了。 这也太突然了吧！
杨淑妃心善，找了好多御医
Of
去
course.
瞧，都没能救回来。
Help.
看来是一母动的手。
Help. Tyranians. Yeah. If these are just thoughts, easy peasy. But I'm worried we're going to be real dumb and say any of these ideas out loud. I'm very worried we're going to say any of these options out loud. Because, oh my god, we are so bad at this.
他终于能见到他日思夜想的先夫了。难怪应才人嚎哭不止，他的靠山说没就没了，如今似非缺一个。你猜谁会护奉贤妃啊？
七妹妹，切不可妄言。
那一起吃瓜吧。
Uh-oh.
拿下。
坐下。
元璋，你们要干什么？住手！都若姑姑，宫规森严，你们怎可如此？
武才人与贤妃之死有关，我等是奉贵妃之令，谁敢阻拦？带走。
Ah, yes, quite.
你们有证据吗？抓了你，自然会有证据。带走。
Yeah, that's fair. That's very reasonable. Turns out,
进去。
I actually think that was mandatory. I actually don't think this is just death.
来人呐！我要见我姨母杨淑妃。来人呐！来人呐！这位姐姐，你别白费力气了。此处是死牢，我从来没见过进了这的人还能出去的。我劝你啊，还不如过来睡会儿。
It's not bad advice.
你这个小婢女倒是有趣。说起婢女，替主子杀身卖命，那是一流的婢女。从来没有打碎过茶碗，事事听主子吩咐，那是二流的婢女。像我呢，这种3流的婢女，开心就好了呀。
She's cute.
没有见过谁在死牢里还这么乐哉乐哉的。命只有一条，可出了这死牢，要命的事情可不止一件。好了，睡觉吧啊。
Rats! Look at them! Look at them!
姨母会救我吗？
No. Do not trust that your aunt is going to come save you.
才人被韦贵妃的人带走了，说他与贤妃之死有关，把他关进了掖庭狱。 求杨淑妃救救武才人！
什么？简直无法无天！
多谢徐婕妤，我们主子定会救武才人。你先回吧，
这样妾就放心了。
And scene。
主子，那韦贵妃竟然敢公然动主子的人，我们……
这个韦贵妃醉翁之意不在酒，调查赵儿是假，由本宫出手，引火上身才是真。
主子，武才人会不会说出些什么？我们是不是该设法让他闭上嘴？
本宫难得得了一个聪慧的外甥女，罢了，就让赵儿自求多福吧。
Exactly. Like, as I said, I'm pretty sure there's no way to avoid getting thrown in jail here. This seems to be the way that the story works. Don't eat any food.
姐姐，还没问你叫什么名字呢，
叫我元昭好了。你呢？
我叫蕊儿。
蕊儿，你为何
Young Chamberlain
会被关在这里啊？
我曾是长孙皇后身边的侍女。
Aww.
先皇后病天
That's not good.
去了贵妃处，后来便被贵妃罚到这儿了。
她为何罚你？
我哪想得通啊？但很多事情都想不通。过段时间再想，就想不起来了。
That's an understatement.
我们一定不会死在这里的。
Ow.
你是不是中暑了？来，吃颗这个，可以解暑醒神。
这是什么呀？
这是天泉丸，是之前在这的一名医女给我的。
During the Han Dynasty, Zhang Zhongjing created pills by mixing honey, sugar, rice flour, animal glue solution, and herbs.
你试试。
I mean, what's the worst that happens? Death.
万一有毒呢？但他看起来不是那样的人。
The worst that happens is death. My consequences are quite low. Meow. Hello, baby.
怎么样？好些了吗？
好像确实有点作用。
那当然啦。
She was in prison for having medicine, which goes against the Tang diet of poison. Exactly.
原本我只有一个愿望，就是好好活着，等到25岁出宫和奶奶团聚。自从进了宫以后
You only have to survive to be middle-aged, and middle-aged is 25. So.
还能认得出我吗？
蕊儿，若我有出去的一天，我一定会救你出狱的。
Meow. Look at her. What a cute, beloved cat of the late Empress. Phenomenal. That's a good cat right there. Chad, I'm gonna. Hi.
殿下，公主殿下，你不能进去。
若雪，
殿下，公主殿下，叶庭诏狱乃诬。
Go young.
公主殿下千金之躯万不
哦
可。
没事儿，别拦着我了。高阳公主怎么来了？
高阳公主，
若雪，
不能寄希望于姨母救我。这位公主会是我的生亲吗？
公主殿下，
若雪，可算找到你了。你这个小负心汉，那个呆瓜不理我，连你也不理我了吗？
负心汉。蕊儿，你那个天什么泉丸还有吗？快给我，它可以救我们出去。
那都在这儿，把它送去母后的立正殿，好生照顾，可别再让它乱跑了。
是，
走吧。
蕊儿，这可是100年难得一见的好东西啊！我费了好多心血才得来的，极为珍贵。
Kitty.
哎，什么好东西啊？
这可不是能随便给你看的。
Oh.
有什么东西是本公主看不了的？你 是公主又如何？这东西可是连陛下都没有机会瞧见的。这东西啊，吃了之后可以。
No. Oh. Oh. How old is she supposed to be right now? But by the way, to the question of did the Tang Dynasty like cats, the Tang Dynasty was at least okay with cats. Like, this seems to be the period where they start to become more popular as pets, in and around everything. Like, in many cities in the Tang Empire. And so, even though there'd been cats in earlier periods, this is the one that really, this is when it really takes off as like, these are cats that you can have. By the way, I'm trying to look up here, her name was Guoyang, right? How old is she supposed to be here? Gao Yang. Thank you. Young. Oh, she's supposed to be very... So she'll die in a few years? Because it's what, 642? Or just after? 642, 643 right now? So she'll be dead in 10 years. She does get married before 648.
可以让你的心上人钟情于你。
你胡说！本公主从未听闻这天底下还有这种奇效的药丸。
But this is one of the youngest. 17th out of 20 daughters?
浸泡9981天，用入鸢尾和香根草的根部细细研磨而成的，自然不是凡世俗物所能比拟的。只需取一颗，在子时服下，再取另一颗于次日子时，让所爱之人服下，那么他就会立刻爱上你。
你说的头头是道的。
Gao Yang offended go burr!
不信算了，真希望有情人终成眷属啊。
That Gao Yang offended goes burr!
真的。
So here.
呆瓜是不是就不会躲着我了？嬷嬷，你先回去吧。
是。
哎，等等，多少钱可以卖给本公主啊？
白送给你。但是我有个条件。
什么条件？
救我们出去。
我可以救你出去，但是我得先压着。若你的药奏效了，我便一并把它给放了。
如假包换。
成交。既然你要本公主救你出去，那你说说，你为什么被关起来的
？Cute. She's cute. Oh.
鱼儿以下。就看他们怎么上钩。
The one person that you can't really go after.
非掺和进来，我们便能一石二鸟。就算他不上钩，他这个最看重的臂膀武才人，也能被我们。
Unfortunately.
武才人，没想到你发生了这么多惊险的事儿，我从没在宫里见过你这么特别的人。
Gao Yang offended goes crazy.
出来了。
谢谢公主，刚才帮我向陛下陈情。
哎呀，父皇嘛，拿捏。不过贵妃真是，
才人武士见过贵妃。
贵妃今日好兴致啊！哎，鱼兔，
公主，你又胡闹！来人，将罪人武士送回掖庭诏狱。
哎，等等，此事我已和父皇言明，是他下令放人的。
你说什么？陛下？
父皇说贤妃之事与武才人无关，那便放了吧。所以刚刚只是奉父皇。
Correct. Absolutely outplayed.
武才人。
Absolutely.
谢过贵妃。
那贵妃我们就先退下了。快走快走。
啊。
再欺负你就找我啊。对了，这个药灵不灵？我得先拿你试一下。
什么？
试药啊。
啊？那另一个被
事的人是谁？到时候你就知道。
Ha! Got him. 3 days later.
速速晨起，都到前院来。
走。
大家动作都快点儿。
这么早让我们干什么呀？这么早，入宫后没睡过一天懒觉。
晋升。多若姐姐，新人们都已经到齐了，贵妃有何旨意？
你们这些人都是还未称宠的，传贵妃令，你们将被派往宫中各处侍奉，妃嫔们亦会教导你们，满半月后方可回来。你，舒景宫
是，
你安仁宫
是，能在贵妃身边侍奉，是希儿的福分。
你咸池
Rap.
殿
That's not. Your thoughts swirl. Nothing bad could possibly happen, right? Nothing bad can possibly happen.
你鹤羽殿，你嘉寿殿。好了，既然都已经领了命，回去准备一下。
是。
All right, Shenggong, we have a word. Thank you. Thank you for the advice. They're gonna feed me soup if I mention my aunt. She'll feed me soup if I don't. Either way, I'm gonna get delicious, delicious soup. Right?
快走吧。武才人，既然到了，便进去吧。
What's this horror movie shoved me into the doors? Come on, it's just poorly lit. It's raining.
有人吗？我是贵妃派来侍奉的才人。
Alright, but we've seen that painting before. Ooh. Well, okay, I haven't seen that painting defaced before, but you know.
是的，主子。上次让他逃了去。你说，若是杨淑妃知道自己的外甥女去过那个地方，会怎么样？很快，我们就能看一出好戏了。
Yeah. Scheming. Why are we doing Ghost?
姨母，你怎么还敢来？我要杀了你！我要杀了你！你怎么还敢来？是你害了我！是你害了我！我要掐死你！我要杀了你！去死！去死！姨母，你是姨母吗？是你把我害成这个样子。
Yeah, don't say that to anyone. Just normal murder. Just normal murder. Easy peasy. And to that we add 1 to the death counter. Double digits, chat! Yippee woohoo yay! By the way, remember that advice that said, hey, we literally should never mention our aunt?
不是，我说的明明是不要提起姨。
才人，你不是
来
救我的吗？
Aww.
这深宫之中，多的是。
Why didn't you come save me? That's so sad. Wait, that's so sad though. Anyway. Oh, this is the twin sister.
杨淑妃就是个贱婢。
This is the twin sister who disappeared.
杨淑妃就是个贱婢。
对，她就是个贱婢。
The delay is very funny.
就是个贱婢。姐姐，你是多么的善于伪装，善于蛊惑人心。为什么这么一个小丫头，都比我当年看得清楚明白？
Oh, she's actually quite sane. Again with the don't mention her aunt.
杨氏一族为了永存不衰，还真是费尽了心机啊！可是有什么用啊？你看看我这张脸，我们姐妹。
I forgot about the twin sister thing. I'll be honest.
我为了我的姐姐，我帮她杀人，帮她害人，我帮她一步一步登上高位，我的手就沾满了鲜血，而她呢，她一朝得势，便把我害得人不像人，鬼不像鬼的。姨母，她是我的亲姐姐，她却容不下我这个妹妹。
但是为什么你说你是她的妹妹 ？Aren't they twins?
原来我在你们心里已经是个死人了。
Aren't they twins? They take the drama part of C-dramas quite seriously, don't they? Oh yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that. I'm pretty sure they're fictionalized characters anyway. But, yeah. It's an interesting thing that they're saying. Right, so Jie is older sister. Mei Mei is younger sister. If they're twins, I actually don't know what the proper form of address is supposed to be. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
"我就是为了激怒他，我就逼着他来杀死我。我要让我的血溅在他身上，日日夜夜缠着他。我要让他永远背负杀死自己亲妹妹的罪孽。
可是我觉得
Hello, Misty.
只是在折磨自己，伤不了淑妃分毫。
Aww. Do it. Yeah, we're gonna scheme against everyone. Gao Yang and Li Zhi are going to help me, and we're going to help you. Li Tai is not gonna help us. He's gonna like try and counter scheme or counter schemes.
原来这么多年，他一直没有变。
But the cinnamon rolls will help us.
在这里，你需要帮助，可以随时来找我。你回去吧。
Nay, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. We were also assigned for 2 weeks of work, not 3 minutes of work. What's the worst that could happen?
不，昭儿此时不能走。不仅昭儿不能回去，姨母还要像对待往常那些人一样对待昭儿。
这是为何？
今天贵妃叫我来，远没有这么简单，是有人想看一场亲人厮杀的戏码。
那我们可不能让他们失望啊！
其实，让韦贵妃失望并不打紧，重要的是不能让淑妃生疑。 若昭儿就这么安然无恙的走了，淑妃不仅会看出姨母你的疯癫是装的，更会怀疑我与姨母已然交心。这样一来，咱俩的命都不能保。
好，便依你。来干什么？我看见你就烦，你为什么要来？是你害了我！滚出去！滚出去！
6 out of 10. I need more tears in your eyes. 6 out of 10. I need more tears in your eyes. Come on, those were barely even sniffles.
姨母，你可一定要为我报仇啊！那个韦贵妃把我关进咸池殿，里面有个疯女人打我，把我弄得生不如死。
好孩子，以后记住，离那咸池殿远一些。至于那个韦贵妃，姨母会为你讨回公道的。
嗯，谢姨母。
Ha! Look at the insincerity.
还好有梦境的监视，杨淑芬没有生活。从此，我就有2个姨。
Well, we didn't die. We're learning. We're learning. We died once. But. Aww. Now I got a fun new friend in this boring place. Yay! Yay! Bonus videos.
蕊儿，你放心，等我出去，
蕊儿，
我会来救你。
No, don't. We didn't save her, did we?
你跟我说说，这药丸真的假的？
我跟你说啊，这个药丸要这么用。哎，这宫里的人说的话，可不敢信。
还是睡个回笼觉吧。
Aww. Well, at least she didn't have expectations. Ooh, making a parasol. Unbothered queen.
留意武才人的消息，今日武才人被人诬陷，入了狱。什么？
殿下，后宫之事我们不便插手，他自有他的姨母护佑，无需殿下操心。
他的姨母对他能有几分真心？或许有一人能将他救出。高阳的猫最喜欢我府邸的鱼，将鱼送进掖庭诏狱，引高阳进掖庭诏狱。
See? How can you dislike this guy? How can you dislike this guy? Yes, he may be less dramatic in his schemes. But at the same time, it's not like he's incompetent.
宫中出事了，什么？是父皇发怒抄了哪个官员的家，还是哪个妃子又暴病而亡了？
是武才人，武才人被关进了掖庭诏狱。
这点小事，他处理这些绰绰有余，死不了。
Yeah, that's fair. Valid. Extremely valid of him. Oh, good. Now it's time for the mountain hunt. Tongue Culture Wiki. No, give me the wiki! Man.
人多呀，才好玩。当时的我还不知道。哎，你看我的秘密。
Li Tai killed his brother and then spent several years dramatically caressing a cop. Exactly.
真是了不得，短短几日便将公主哄得这般言听计从，这是本宫的福分，贵妃可羡慕不来。
Well, costume change.
吴姐姐，你是希望4歌赢啊，还是9歌赢啊？
I'm betting on Nature.
晋王殿下，我也是，我也是。
Yeah. Well, that's a draw. That doesn't even count.
四哥，承让了。
九弟的骑射又精进了。
四哥谬赞了，骑射还是当年四哥手把手教会我的。
九弟果然长大了。
Yeah, he dislikes that noise.
二位殿下，此为
Li Tai is like, ah, shit, my brother's an enemy now.
将朕新得的狮子葱牵上前来。
The costume, like Li Zhi's costume, is phenomenal. So, supposedly, Wu Zetian actually, this is a famous moment in the sort of mythic history of Wu Zetian. This is a really important moment in like the probably anecdotal fictionalized biography, where Wu Zetian is presented with a horse that no one else has been able to tame, and she says, "Gives me an iron whip, an iron club, and an iron knife. And I shall use the whip to break the horse, and if it refuses, I shall smack it in the head with the club, and if it refuses, I will cut its throat." To which Taizong says, "That's bold of you. How dare you think you can use my knife?"
既然如此难驯，此马生性暴烈，若想强行驯服，恐怕非死即伤。
陛下，听说武才人曾随其父周游各处，想来自然是精通马术的，不如请他想想对策。
哦，那武才人你且说上一说，有何法子
？Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works IRL. Let's see if it works.
陛下，妾需要铁鞭、铁锤、匕首。武才人，你这是驯马还是杂耍呢？以此三物训练马，犹如对月弯弓，实在可笑。
贵妃何必如此着急否定武才人？不如先听他把话说完。
赵儿，你为何选用这三物呀？
接着说。
回陛下。 此马并非寻常之马。
Was it pop quiz? Exactly.
也不能用寻常驯马之术。妾认为，先用铁鞭抽它，若它不服，便用铁锤；若它依然不服，便用匕首刺它。此马生性暴烈，当其有所畏惧之时，便可驯服此马。
Exactly.
未曾想，宫中竟有如此有胆略的女子。
It works, chat.
妾才人武士武元照。
武才人，朕要赏你。明媚如怀玉，其姿自脱优。朕赐你媚娘一名，从今日起，你便叫武媚娘吧。
妾武士媚娘，谢陛下赐名。
Taizong laughs. Like he seems very cheerful when he's not busy. You know, convinced his sons are correctly convinced his sons are scheming against him.
你拥有了一个新的名字，虽然你心中清楚，作为李世民的近侍女官4年，他却完全没有记住过你的名字。此番赐名“媚娘”2字，一直是当下长安城里热门曲调的歌名。但能得当今天子亲自赐名
，Exactly. Taizong
依然是万分荣耀的。 而这个名字即将陪伴你走过半生。
媚娘。
今日狩猎。
That horse is not, by the way, angry. Look at how not.
胎儿，智儿，可愿应战？
儿臣许久未与九弟尽情比试一番了，求之不得。
四哥的骑射向来是最好的，能和四哥一战是九弟之幸。
那朕便拭目以待。
Exactly. Right? I mean, Li Tai schemed against his brother by goading him into scheming against the Emperor, so like that's just how that works. The schemes scheme. You scheme your schemes, and everyone. By the way, I like Gao Yang.
其实啊，我偷偷告诉你，昨晚子时我给九哥吃了那颗药丸。
什么？
要是此药不灵。 你知道后果的，
怎么可能灵？
但是为什么？不能 multi-level deposing exactly. 但是。We gotta do it. Oh, that's not good. Would concubines be taught horse riding? Unsure.
你怎么样？啊，武才人，你受伤了？
回殿下，我没事。
媚娘，没事吧？快让我看看，让我看看。
殿下，你没事吧？快传御医。是。
Yep, Li Tai. Come on. Let's kill.
往后10日，切不可食辛辣生冷之物。
还有一事想求问御医，你可知有什么药膏可治陈年旧疤？
陈年旧疤确实不可治愈
，Exactly。
但民间却有一种玉容膏，对此称有奇效，可惜已经失传了。
多谢御医。
Exactly。
下官拜见公主。
媚娘，公主，你看，这是谁？
耶！
水儿，本公主答应你的，肯定能做到。以后啊，就让她陪着你吧。公主和才人的救命之恩。
We didn't forget.
快起来！蕊儿本以为才人说要救蕊儿出去，只不过是随口一说罢了，未曾想，一个主子竟然能对一个婢女如此遵守承诺。蕊儿往后一定努力，争取从3流婢女做到2流婢女。
Aim higher than that, Rua.
好了，蕊儿，你快去收拾收拾，接下来啊，就常伴媚娘身侧吧。是。
Honestly, everything can be fixed with enough jade. That's about how it works. Probably even poison. You may need onyx for poison, but worst case, onyx and jade definitely will help you.
你那天咻的一下冲出去把9个救下，你不怕死吗？
救人的机会转瞬即逝，立功的机会也是。
你果然和其他人不一样，
因为我要把命运握在自己手里啊。
我们居然想的一样，真应该早点遇见你。对了，你的簪子都坏了。
Would Mercury help with the poison? I mean, it would.
这个簪子好。
How to say it? It would help by giving you new, different, and exciting forms of poison. In which case, you're not thinking about the other poison anymore, which is an improvement.
漂亮啊，谢谢公主。
哎，你可别谢我，这可不是我送的。你猜猜是谁送的？
I mean, what you thought? All right, Wolfie, thank you so much. Thank you. Guess who gave you the... I just... Game. What is the point of saying, guess who did it, when it gives you the pop-up that lets you click on that tells you who did it? Anyway, who's ready for a little bit of a break to read the wiki? The term newbie refers to servants of any gender. Men are called new, women bi. The Impulse Dynasty used newbie to describe themselves. Tang culture. Tang Dynasty was open and progressive. Women could dress in men's clothing, occasionally, enjoy archery or horseback riding, and remarry freely. But could also be abused while they were married with no legal consequences. Zushi! Why did it kick me out of the game for a moment? Unfortunately, after the Song Dynasty, customs like foot binding, time restrictions on women. So, this is what we call truth by comparison. In that things did get worse in the Southern Song onward. But I wouldn't call the Tang Dynasty good. Intensely patriarchal, intensely gendered, And even though the laws in the book did say that divorce was legal, the practice is that divorce is quite risky. They had good ceramics. They did have good ceramics. I will never deny that they have phenomenal ceramics. Right? Really the first perfection of porcelain. That celadon glaze goes crazy. Mainly it's developed during the Jin, but it's perfected during the Tang. So, like... female officials were chamberlains for the town of virtue. They took on roles like training other chamberlains or caring for the imperial children. Shanggong, the rear palace of Tang, had 6 bureaus, palace affairs, ceremonies, wardrobe, food, bed, chamber, and workshops. The Shanggong of palace affairs, led by a 5th rank official, assists the Empress. And attendants, since the Western Zhou dynasty, castrated men served in palaces. Titles like palace official and chief attendant started as official roles, but later became castrated servants, often misused in later eras. And the hierarchy. The Tang rear palace followed a strict ranking. The Empress, the 4 consorts, the 9 concubines, the Jieyu, the Meizhen, the Cairen, the Baolin, the Yunyu, and the Cainyu. Though modest, the Cairen rank still held 5th rank status. Gosh, there's a lot of things. Ah, and we missed 2 things. Well, that's tragic. Boop. Anyway, chapter 6 ends. Actually, how long have we been going? Chat, how many chapters are in this game? Why do I think it's 10? Chat, this is a real question. Like, actually answer this one. This is not me speculating. This is me wanting to make sure I don't accidentally finish the game. Come on, Soup Gang. 16. Alright. Then we got a little bit of time. We'll get through chapter 8 then. We'll get to the halfway mark. And then we'll be on our route. Thank you. Teacher.
这是晋王殿下送的。你们果然，那个药果然灵哦。
啊！
哎，
武才人好些了吗？
早好了，皇兄。哎，对了，你托给媚娘带的东西我已经给她了，而且啊，她一下就猜到是你送的。嗯
Yeah.
是不是
？The gossiping.
九哥，你脸红了。
高阳。高阳。武才人一个人在后宫之中，你可否多多照顾他？
知道了，皇兄。你对媚娘那么好，对我从来没有这么上心过，还说是好哥哥。那个药丸真是有用啊。
Cute. So, Nanshan Liayan, the Southern Mountain Hunt Part 2.
武才人，
见过上宫。
恭喜了武才人，圣上今晚召才人侍寝，快些准备吧。
You cannot say no.
是。
You cannot say no. That is called instant death.
那一日，我一步一步踏入陛下的寝殿，那条路很近，却又无比漫长。
Yeah.
陛下负手站在长廊的尽头，微笑地看着我。可是当我抬起头仰望他的时候，为什么在他的眼里，并未看到我？承宠是多少入宫之人的梦想。只是后来我才明白，在陛下眼里，是我还是别人，都是没有区别的。虚无缥缈的恩宠，
This is why you scheme with his sons. Audio mixing. Audio mixing. I mean, like, he's not helping you. Let me be clear. He is not going to help you in anything except for when you got to get in with his daughter and his son. Would you like to hear what they think about the summons? I actually could have rejected him. Yes, well. Oops.
退下吧，殿下。是，奴婢告退。
Yes, yes, yes. Dramatic stare. Stare dramatically. Go on.
殿下，狩猎金马之事，痕迹被处理得很干净，但属下认为与魏王脱不了干系。
我知四哥有夺嫡之意，却不曾想过，他竟想图我性命。他既已拔剑，我亦不会坐以待毙。
Yes, yes, yes. Take Li Tai's perspective.
殿下所修扩地志深得圣心，薛延陀大战在。
Oh, good. He's nursing that teacup. Hopefully, it's full of deadly poison.
再也无人能与殿下相提并论。
见你其言，此次出征。
Okay. Secret normal ending. That's fantastic.
殿下，宫中传来消息，武才人今晚侍寝。
本王敬二位，
殿下请。
That's fun. That's a fun ending. I appreciate that. I appreciate that that is not just instant death. That those aren't instant deaths. That those are actually both paths that persist. Because you know, there being a path and then a bunch of funny deaths.
说不定陛下明天就记不清他是谁了。武才人花容月貌，陛下怎么舍得忘记？
英姐姐，希儿有些犯恶心，想吐。
怎么，刘才人还没侍寝就先怀上了？
Ooh. Ooh, morning sickness. Smart recognize.
但说无妨。
我本淡泊名利，从未与四哥争锋，岂料仍是四哥的眼中钉，肉中刺。
Yeah.
如今我唯有夺得储君之位，方有一线生机。还请舅父助我一臂之力。
Look at those sleeves.
君乃是大唐的天子，治国理政，绝非易事。靖王若是继承大统，将如何治理好大唐江山？
舅父辅佐父皇20余载，为大唐立下不世之功。我虽不及父皇分毫，但若是能得到舅父的提点，我想也能够做个称职的守城之君。
He does actually increase the borders of the empire for a little while.
我果然没有看错，若靖王继承大统，定是一代明君呐。
多谢舅父。
殿下运筹帷幄，得长孙无忌助力，只是长孙无忌绝非善类。
但父皇最信任舅父，谋夺帝位，他是最关键的一环。任凭前路豺狼环伺，我也只能义无反顾。
还有那武才人，似乎与魏王也有诸多往来。殿下金马，此女相救得如此及时，恐怕不是巧合，我们不得不防。
知道了，我相信他与此事无关。
属下只是担心，
你从前不会这般多言。
Oof. Oof.
是。
Oof. The drama.
宫
宫中之人都在议论和窥视着你，
The drama
一招得宠。只有你手中的这卷女则，能在纷乱之中给你片刻的平静。
但是，
是你。
你接近晋王到底有何目的？
喂呀！
看来不是他派你来的。
你不怕死
？I mean, I've already died what 10 times?
但在宫里，活着比死可怕多了。
你别装，你在马场赏命救人，实在不像一个普通女子所为。说，你的阴谋到底是什么？
魏王来了，快躲起来！
You think I'm afraid of swords? This isn't just exactly. We only fear soup in this house.
见过魏王殿下。
本王还未恭喜武才人获得圣宠呢。
谢殿下。
Please don't.
将史记藏于女则之中月了。
啊！
武才人，你的离经叛道，真是让本王刮目相看。
陛下说，以铜为镜可以正衣冠，以史为镜可以知兴替。我不过是在向陛下学习罢了。
你可知，若不是那天你破坏了我的计划，晋王早已摔成重伤，失去与我争夺储君的资格。武才人，你说我该如何感谢你？
殿下，你误会我了。
误会？是误会你要改投晋王，还是误会你坏我好事？
I mean, here's the problem. I don't want to. This gets what's his face unhappy with me. This I think also gets what's his face unhappy with me. This gets me stabbed before there's any exactly. I'm being listened to by an assassin, but also this guy carries a knife on him. Yeah, like all of these options are bad. But we'll be honest about it.
媚娘在宫中如履薄冰，实属不易。此次相救晋王，也是希望他能够念及当初的相救之情。
Yeah.
如此
Suspicion +1.
多一条活路。
看来本王给的路，武才人并不想走。夜深了，早点回去。
Suspicion +1 is not bad. You skipped the hidden storyline. No.
赏你的。
陈年酒吧确实不可治愈，民间有种玉容膏，对此症有
No. Not the hidden storyline.
对了，本王马上要带父皇出征，希望我回来的时候，你还活着。
出来吧，他走了。
多谢你今日救我。
我也是为了我自己。如果魏王发现了你，我也活不了。
但你与魏王关系匪浅，殿下的大业绝不能让你破坏了，绝不能。
我救了晋王，你若杀我，便是不讲道理。
Okay, fair enough.
殿下的安危才是最重要。
Fair enough.
谁知道你救殿下有何图吗？
Yeah, fair play.
镇江救了晋王一命的武才人，竟
Fair play. So there's apparently a big ol' thing hidden storyline over there, so we may have to backtrack at the end of the chapter, see what we can find.
晋王怎么会有你这么蠢的手下？你，刚才我所言都是为了搪塞魏王，听话只听表面，不蠢吗？方才你都已经听到了，我救晋王根本不是魏王的安排，我若惜命，又何必画蛇添足，也来魏王猜忌？而你呢
I didn't realize insulting him was the correct answer. I didn't realize insulting him was good.
就没有一点私心。
谁没有自己的一点私心？我的私心不过是希望晋王殿下念在当初的相救之恩，对我施以庇护罢了。再不走，魏王的人就要发现你。
若你以后胆敢伤害晋王，
Understood. Understood, Zhao Yun. Understood. Okay, that's enough of that. Dude, I just don't want to die. Exactly.
你可知错？即便殿下要赐死凌霄，属下也有话要说。就凭他与魏王关系密切，殿下就该远离他。
他只是被四哥利用而已。
莫要再自欺欺人了。他如今救了殿下，以魏王往日的作风，早就该将他千刀万剐。可如今魏王不仅没有杀他，还费尽心思送来玉容膏。
But it seems to be the strategy. Look, just because apparently my instincts are, you know, antagonizing the person who could kill me is bad, it seems to keep working, so we're going to roll with it next time.
或许这对我们来说是好事。
Throw them off course by attacking them first. Yeah, we'll check in on him. Let's be not.
凌校尉，你的伤势如何了？
此事凌霄咎由自取，与武才人无关。我那日说的话，你可别忘了。不过，我挺佩服你的。
Ha! Yeah!
这玉容膏，姨母记得早晚用，可祝姨母早日恢复昔日容颜。
想不到魏王这冷心算计之人，竟然为你寻来这不可多得的玉容膏。他对你
，I mean, there is a little bit of that. But there's also, like, nah. He still thinks we're useful. You know, I don't care.
管他呢。
媚娘，你快看，好高呀！
Yeah. No, this is what I care. That is our other aunt, who was disfigured by our aunt.
呆瓜喜欢我呀？
呆瓜是谁啊？
不告诉你。
你这个小丫头，跟我在一起还想着别人。这个呆瓜真幸福，有人呀时时牵挂他。
Thinking of him, yeah.
天怎么突然变了？天上没有太阳，却能看到一颗星星。
此等异象，难道预示着什么？
That's ominous. Congrats, you did it. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Turns out the siren really knows how to train horses. Thank you. A bonus video.
姨母，韦贵妃位高权重，我们能拿她如何是好呢？
赵儿放心，其实韦贵妃并没有那么可怕，她也有软肋。
软肋？
姨母近日查到，韦贵妃在嫁与陛下之前，竟然亦与他人诞下一女，后来因为战乱，
此女与他走失，这些年他一直在暗中寻找。
Oh boy。
说的软肋，就是这个孩子。
这不仅是他的软肋，更是他的命。
Well, unfortunate. So I hope that doing this does not, like, I can choose which path I chose or I want to use.
殿下
Because I just want to see this.
我救下晋王，实属意外，没有任何别的心思。
所以你的意思是，那日你做的一切都是无心的？
若我知道殿下介意，一定不会出面干涉。
只此一次，下不为例。
I skipped the hidden storyline. Mother, stop skipping the story.
陈年酒吧确实不可治愈。
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
回来的时候，你还
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's just how that works again. Thank you.
出来吧，他走了。
You know, I understand.
多谢你今日救我。
我也是为了我自己。如果为
Can I go back to the? Can I go back though?
但你与魏王
Can I go back though?
关系匪浅，殿下的大业绝。
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, but like I've already done that. So what's the hidden storyline? Oh, I wonder if we have to have a certain affection level. Let's just try this.
晋王重伤，对你不利。殿下在太子仪式中扮演的角色。
Yeah, no shit.
陛下多少是有些猜疑的。如今，陛下刚从太子谋反仪式中走出，对殿下也是愈发信任和关怀。若此时晋王重伤，就算不是殿下做的，陛下第一个怀疑的也是你。
虽说你巧舌如簧，但说的也并不是完全没有道理。
Yep. Cool. I am assuming. Would you like to know, or do you prefer to look for it? There has not historically been, like, hidden top the things. And this is, I think, the first time that there's been a hidden storyline to skip. So yeah, I guess just a yes or no. Is it related to the affection different characters have for you? Cool. By the way, can I make sure that this is set correctly? Perfect. Perfect. I can make sure that these are set correctly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Okay. It's a choice thing. Oh. I don't think I know. Then. Okay, is it related to a previous video? Like, is it just related to, like, a previous video that it says, hey, there you go, there's what's next? Or does that just create other bigger branching paths? Because, like, I made all the choices and it did nothing. You know what, for this one... Right, is there hidden stuff if, like, you're over here? Is that what it is? Like, if you make this choice, it'll go have a hidden other thing? Huh. Oh well. It's a choice before this scene. Okay. Is it the loyalty one? Like, way back when? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Hi, Karabachi. You did unfortunately come in kind of right at the end. Because that looks like that's about halfway. Because 8 and 9 look like they're probably related. And so I don't want to start a story arc and then have to keep going. So, we shall leave off here. Well, this has been just a treat. Right, tomorrow we'll do the rest of the game. Right? Like, just that easy. We'll sit down, we'll have a good time, we'll do the rest of the game. And that'll be great. Turns out, nah, don't worry about it. I'll poke around potentially. But also, you know, it's a weird thing with sort of visual novel-y things, right? Choose your own adventure stories, where unlike a lot of players, I tend to not really be like, oh, I want to see all the endings. I want to choose everything and see what's going on, yes. I tend to prefer just having my thing based on my preferences and my experience with it, and off we go. So, like, even games that are, like, some of my all-time favorites that I love very dearly, like Pentiment, like, playing it a second time feels wrong, because I made my choices. I had my narrative experience, and while this one does make it very easy to go see what our other narrative experiences, I'm not sure that that's actually what I'm looking for, you know? So, we're not going to try and find all the secrets, we're not going to try and do all the things. Frankly, unless if there's new history that we get out of it, I don't really think that there's a lot that I really vigorously care about. But yeah, I've had a delight of a time. So I hope you will all join me tomorrow for more history, more daily games, more all sorts of stuff. So it's been a real delight to have everyone. Let's go see Twitch side if anyone's up and going. Nope, looks like it's a quiet night. So we shall simply wrap up here. So thank you all so much. I will see you again same, well, slightly later tomorrow. It's probably similar time YouTube side, but slightly later tomorrow. And actually an hour later YouTube side. What am I talking about? An hour later YouTube side, 3:30 Central Time. 2:30 for Twitch side. And yeah, I'll see you all there. Bye-bye! And of course, thank you to all of our patrons who are on the side of the screen. They make all of this possible, and you can join them by checking out the description of the VOD. Thank you also to everyone YouTube side and Twitch side who subscribed, including Jaren, Wolfie, Harmatimas, Lady Isabel, a Truckhorn, and KJ, as well as this dude for gifting those subs. Again, thank you all so much. Lovely to have you all. Have a good night.